Welcome, everyone. This is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English for February 28th, 2021. It's the North American team. The hosts today are Alex Skoric and myself, Mark Anderson. I want to thank you all for joining, attending, sharing knowledge, enlightening us. We all come from different perspectives and we all serve in different ways. So we're all equal on this platform, no matter where you are from around the world, as we are merging into one planet, one nation, one race for world peace. Alex, are you here today? Yes, you are. Are you all set with your co-host? And is there anything we can do for you before we get started? What I'd like to do is go over to the store and we will hear Krasimir introduce some of the things, and Mr. Kesh explain to us a little bit more about this integration with the cotton and from the seed to the final product, the t-shirts that can be pre-ordered from the foundation. I think he said they're ordering 40 tons of this pure cotton, and that will be made into t-shirts, whether you want symbols on them or whether you just want a plain white one. So we all have a chance to get in on the ground floor. And apparently this is some very nice material that it has some properties that we're not used to in our clothing. There'll be no colors. It'll just be white with the symbols. Alex, yes.
I'm present. You're doing a great job, Mark. So happy that you're here.
I'm happy that you're here. You just spent, did you say 4 hours with the Brazilian team?
No, it was 4 hours, 19 minutes and 32 seconds.
And that was on last night?
Yeah, we do this every week.
Wow. And this is a public program?
No, this is for the teachers.
This is for the teachers, right?
They had 250 million people down there and only 7,000 on the Telegram group. And they are having troubles like we have no concept. It's really a difficult situation down there, and they are doing a fabulous job. And then we have a lot of representation here from the Brazilian team on this platform as well. So I want to thank you all for being here. We have a lot of work to do.
Okay, I was going to show something from the store for maybe about 12 minutes, and then we will go to the second Kids Knowledge Seekers workshop to understand more about the plasma. As Mr. Kesh says, you ask 1,000 people what is plasma, you'll probably get 1,000 different answers. So we will look at that if we can, probably for about 20 minutes. So if you need to go to the lunchroom, Alex, or anything you have to do, maybe in about 30 minutes, you can come back or stay here with us if you'd like. Would anyone else like to say anything before we go to the last workshop, the 369th Knowledge Seekers workshop, where we hear from the director, I think, of marketing within the Kesh Foundation structure, which is Krasimir. And I'm not sure if he's from Bulgaria or in that area. But we will hear a beautiful description of the vertical enhancement unit, some of the new products, the paint additive, and so on. And someone had answered that question. I was going to say, the liters of the paint additive are about 99 euro, and if you needed 1-to-1 ratio, that would be about a $400 a gallon paint. But Mr. Kesh says, no, 2 of these bottles should do the inside and the outside. You're not going to be painting the whole room. You're going to be possibly putting something like cup 1 on the lower wall and cup 2 on the above wall, but there's all kinds of different combinations and uses of these paint additives, and I think there'll be more coming. So let's go to the store and see if we can absorb more of this space technology knowledge, otherwise known as the Kesh plasma technology. And then, of course, the kids workshop, which I think are great because it's so simple and so plain. Children can understand it, and it's great for the adults too, Mr. Kesh said. So let's go over to that. Anyone have anything they'd like to say? Anything urgent? Any emergencies, excuse me? Great, thanks again for being here.
Yes, it's
now
back up. Yeah.
okay, I'm sorry
Now
about
we
that.
found you.
The systems. Gotcha. Okay, welcome everyone again from me, from the Cash Foundation manufacturing sales team and retail team. I'm very happy to present to you the latest, newest technological developments in the plasma guns technology of the Cash Foundation. And as Mr. Cash explained earlier, today we're gonna present to you a few new developments. Rick, if you can allow me to share the screen, I'll be sharing only the Cash Foundation store website and nothing else. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. So the first product that we want to introduce again is the paint enhancement. It is basically, these new products are for environmental use. Overall, what they do is that they increase the negative oxygen ions. Basically, they're also known as air vitamins. And how do they help us? In general, they increase the flow of the oxygen into the brain, which brings a lot of vitality. It lowers the stress. And a lot of studies have shown now that an increased flow of oxygen into the brain allows for a slower, much slower aging. So this is in a way the beginning of the longevity using the plasma technology. And there are 4 different paint enhancements. First of all, we need to know that these are not the paints themselves. They are basically additions, the add-ons to the paint, and they need to be added 1 to 10, meaning that a bottle of 100 grams of GANs is added to 1 liter of indoor or outdoor paint. Of course, you need to be aware that once you add them to your paint, it can slightly change the color. So first you can test on the wall to make sure that this is the color you need, and then to paint it. What it does is basically it creates a balanced environment, increasing again the oxygen level. And there are 4 different paint enhancements, as you can see. They have a very, very specific use. One of them is the environmental, which is the rapid increase in the negative ions, in the negative oxygen. And the other one is the red, which is the energizer. So if they are intended, how they're intended to be used, basically one of the walls can be painted with the environmental white, and the other wall can be painted with the energizer. Or if you have a specific place, let's say that you do physical trainings and you want to enhance your body the old way, the physicality through training and sports, you can also use the energizer red paint into that room, especially now when we're most places are people are locked inside their homes. We need to improve our environments. And the other 2 paint enhancements are specifically for energy pack processing. As we know from the previous knowledge seekers workshops, we are going to meet different energy packs when we travel in space that can interact with the amino acid and interact with our bodies. So we also have them present, those dense energy packs, plasma packs. We also have them currently present on our planet. So these 2 paints are paint enhancements are designed to target the widely spread energy packs of these days. And the second one, the green one, is for a much wider variety and scope of use, targeting much wider list of energy packs. So basically, for a little less than 400 euro, you can have all of your walls covered with GANs enhancement, paint enhancement. In this way, you can achieve, first of all, prevention, and key to longevity and to good health is basically a prevention. And secondly, you can get a balance in the environment in such a way that, first of all, it brings a much better use of the energy, of the air, of the oxygen in the room. You can balance your emotions. And in this way, we know that when the soul is balanced, it can lead to a balance in the physicality. This to me is the beginning of how we are going to more and more implement the technology in our daily lives, and I'm very, very happy to present this technology and this new development. The second product, again, to me, this is a revolution of the agriculture, because in the past we've seen the bio revolution. Everyone wants to go bio, everyone wants to get eco, but here we are into the GANs revolution and the plasma revolution in the agricultural field, because for the first time we're going to be using a material that has been seeded and grown and only with a GANs plasma technology. So with no fertilizers that usually only physically feed the plant, but it is fed with the ganses. And you know that the ganses are feeding not only the physicality, but they're basically feeding the soul. So we have happy plants that are giving happy material that then we can use to make happy t-shirts. And the people that are wearing it are, first of all, again, balancing their emotions. They are moving closer to the understanding of peace and not harming, not killing, what we're all here for. And with this, you basically join and add to those steps in the GANs revolution for the agricultural sector, because these products, these t-shirts, needs to be pre-ordered. So now the process has started with the cotton seeds. This pre-order is going to help this process to advance. And in December, the end of this year, we expect the t-shirts to be already distributed. So again, it not only brings balance as a direct benefit to your body and to your soul, to your emotion, but it also helps advance the future and the peace, because you can get t-shirts from everywhere, but first they wouldn't balance your soul in such a way, and secondly they wouldn't help peace in such a drastic way. And again,
Krasner, could you when you go back to the t-shirts, could you explain what the symbols are in the t-shirt? We had a question about that.
The symbols are
that, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
They mentioned that the t-shirt without those signs would look better.
Basically, the signs, they represent energy centers of the body, and that's where the ganses and the plasmas are embedded. They interact with the body in a specific way with the energy centers, as also known as chakras in some cultures. And even though the meaning of them is actually the GANs technology that's embedded behind them and in them. And that is the reason why they're used. Of course, different designs are possible, but these seem to be good looking enough. And probably they might not fit everybody's preference. But the way
please? Can I come in, please? We offer a plain t-shirt too. You have a choice. So you can choose which way you like. but they will not be dyed to any other color. Carry on, please.
Okay, right. And last but not least, to stress a little bit on the vertical enhancement unit, this basically transfers plasma energies, and it has many other applications. It basically is here to enhance the body. In a way, it is portable, and of course, it needs to be operated by medical doctors. It is a CE certified product, all made in Europe. And the current promotional price stands at 100,000 euro until 30th of April. And afterwards, it's going to increase to 250,000 euro. The best use of this enhancement unit would be in combination with the horizontal enhancement unit. But again, it can be used separately. And I very much like the simplicity of it, because we live in a times where packaging and the outside form of products are starting to become more important to people. And I really like the simplicity in the design and actually the essence that is embedded. At the end of the day, for the products, it's important what they do and what kind of effects they bring, rather than how they look, or if they have some electronic gadgets there only to make them look good. The efficiency of these products is much higher. We should not forget that this is the highest quality plasma technology made and developed by Mr. Keshe himself. In a way, I see those products as fruits of the knowledge, fruits of the tree of knowledge. And unlike the original paradise story, these fruits of this tree of knowledge will actually bring you back in paradise. Because with this technology, you can free your soul, you can advance your soul, you can elevate your soul. And besides the direct benefits that you have to your body and soul, you have indirect benefits that you are actually helping to advance the peace agenda, the agenda for peace on the planet. And little by little, with little steps and little introductions of technology like this one, we can bring what we're all here for, and exactly that is peace for every humanity, every human being, as one planet, one race. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kazmir. In the product range, as you see today, we have offered the water-based paint additive. Next week, we add what we call 4 other versions of the oil-based paint that you can add to. You got to understand that you have to shake these materials very well, and when you add it to your paint, you have to stir it and shake it very well, that it homogenizes with the material and it doesn't sink to the bottom. These evolution in technology will be passed on as we develop it. As you can see, the new, can you go back to the shop, please, with the enhancement unit, Kazmir, please? The version of the one that you will see in the, what we call gas plasma units, is very much in different shape and form, very effective, and is can you refresh your screen, please, Kazmir? If you refresh your system, I think you're still linked up to the old picture. Yes, this is the new system. Your system was not showing the right picture, and you have to take, that's the one. The new enhancement units, these are primarily for developments that we will add to in a coming time. There is a development in the Keshe Foundation in the background. As we are increasing the range of products, And we are trying to bring the technology as an enhancement unit that is at the reach of everyone. Keshe Foundation has to start looking as a new way of promotion and bringing the technology in the reach of everyone. In that process, in the past week, we have gone from not only having the enhancement centers, we build and we promote in a way as you go into the main malls, shopping centers, where you have the, like an optician at the front, they sell glasses and behind is the surgery. Keshe Foundation enhancement units will go into the malls, major malls around the world. This allows us to be directly in touch with people. People off the street can shop the products on the high street. At the same time, behind it, the enhancement units operational through the use of their development. This is another step that the first ones we most probably see in the United Kingdom to operate this way, and we have endeavored to do in other countries. Instead of being located somewhere outside, as a place as it is in Arizona, we bring the knowledge and the technology to the man. I have a long history of promotion and retail, and now we bring this in this level, that you can literally go to high street malls and see the benefit of it, be able to purchase the materials, be able to attend for the, what we call enhancement centers, very much like a sunbed centers up to that you enhance your body. This is a development which now the Keshe Foundation as a whole is moving into, bringing the knowledge and technology at the reach of every man. And we'll see this to grow. And as now the Keshe Foundation is evolving very rapidly, these kind of operations become part of our work. We don't, as we now have moved into Amazon, we have moved into Alibaba and the rest. The next step for us is people that can counter while they're coming for what they call the processing, they can purchase the benefit of it. Any other products which is enhancement. And we encourage knowledge seekers who produce materials in this way by the use of the GANS technology and are certified or handcrafts to get in touch with the foundation that we can promote you, that you can make a living, proper living out of it, and it allows the technology to take expansion. As I spoke, most probably in United States and in UK, and most probably in China, in a very coming soon time, you will see, like every other chain brand, Keshe Foundation enhancement centers where the products at the front and the enhancement units and the use of it by public will be in the background. And this is the way we are, as I said, we are commercializing Keshe Foundation in a massive way across this planet. And we see it, as I said, I brought my experience of 20 years in what I call commerce into application, into products. And Keshe Foundation will stay vertical, which means from the seed of the cotton to the end product of the cotton will be done, controlled totally by Keshe Foundation. You will see the same thing with the pottery we showed last week, anybody comes. We are moving in a vertical direction that we guarantee the products from the onset to the completion. I've done this all the time in my world of business. Even when I used to be in diamond business, from the mine to cut to the jewelry on the finger of the customer, it used to be under control of me. It wasn't that somebody handles the diamond and then somebody does something else, and so the whole process was controlled. And this way we can keep exact integrity of the knowledge. So it's not something that we are going to do. I have a full experience of 20 years with this internationally before I established the Keshe Foundation. And now all the experiences come together. Major chain stores will be benefited through this way, and we establish links to be present in majority of the places in the next 5 years. That the knowledge become part of. People can buy clothing with emotion. People can buy products which they know carries the seed of the Keshe Foundation and the brand of the Keshe Foundation, and is approved by Keshe Foundation. The point where we build trust. We are not going to be always correct, we'll make mistakes, but overall, we are striving to get to that point. Thank you very much, Mr. Casimir. And we will show these enhancement units, the vertical enhancement units, and when you go into this vertical enhancement unit, what you saw as the air enhancement unit is built into this system. It's the first time it's a joint. We have brought the two technologies together. So when you're in enhancement unit, you receive the benefit of the air enhancement unit built-in system. The same now has been transferred to the horizontal enhancement unit. That's why, as we said, we are completing the whole process that we get the benefit of all of it. And in time, we'll change these into what we call a full transmutation of the energies, transmutation of magnetic fields, for what you call transportation and every other aspects that the man might need in the space. Thank you very much, Mr. Casimir. And hopefully next week you will see more products. And as we do, we allow you to enjoy. Please, when you receive these products, use them, report to us. We don't want all glory. Show us, tell us what you see, what could not be there, that we can improve on it. We don't want to get what we call drowned in glory that we achieved. We want to see where we can make improvement, and this is the knowledge seeker's job. Send your testimonials, and it'll be published internationally now that the Keshe Foundation is getting to be brought out internationally in different platforms across the planet. Thank you very much, Rick. Thank you very much, Mr. Casimir. And thank you very much to the Keshe Foundation, IT team, and the people who've been working day and night to make sure all these things can happen. And in so many ways, now Keshe Foundation is growing on a solid basis through the operation of its knowledge seekers.
So very nice. The store already has about 167 products. Mr. Keshe, I believe, indicated that by 2021, the store will contain 3,000 plasma products. So there's plenty of ways to find solutions using this technology, and also to support the foundation through the sales of these products, and also introduce your own products for certification and mass production by the Keshe Foundation, as I understand it. I've never heard of clothing with emotion. That's quite a nice term. And I think they'll have the emotion of peace and comfort, which is one of the main goals, to bring peace and comfort across this planet to all its inhabitants, whether they're vertical people, horizontal people, or any of the others that are here. Now we're talking about plasma, and we're talking about plasma technology. I don't have a deep understanding of it, so I thought we'd go to the children's workshop for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, even though we can go longer, and just to see a very simple explanation. And this will give you a way to also explain to others the simple understanding of the plasma itself. So let's see if we can go over to there. Anyone have any comments? And again, Mr. Keshe said we want feedback from the products in the store. We don't think these are all perfect products, and they would like your feedback in the use and your experience with the products, so that the products can be improved or corrected.
Okay, welcome everyone to the second Kids Knowledge Seekers workshop from the Spaceship Institute in Italy, and brought to you by the Keshe Foundation. And we'll be speaking with Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, and Mr. Keshe will be doing the instruction today and showing us in a practical way how the universe works. And some of the things we'll be looking at are magnetic fields, which are a basis of how the universe works. And Kevin Devaney will be a co-host here, and we'll hear from him next, and he'll give a little discussion on the way he sees this kids workshop is going. Okay, Kevin, are you there? Would you like to say something now?
Hey, Vandahani again. Mr. Kesh, as we learned last time in the first kids workshop about what is matter and what is plasma, illustrating very well with an egg, and also what a magnet actually looks like. It's not square, it's not, or anything else. It's spherical. This is the bottom line. What I learned. And at the end of the first workshop, as you might remember, I asked you about if everything is plasma, then and since I learned from your books and from your teachings and your workshops that there is no Big Bang or this Big Bang theory that is still being taught at schools and universities to students. So what is the source of creation? What is the source of all? Is there a mother universe? And if there is, what is this, the very beginning, the source? That's what really interests me. And I would really appreciate if you could go into a little bit detail. Was our universe separated from the mother universe, or so that also kids might have a bigger picture, going from the very, very bigger picture into the small details. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What we try to do instead of in going into more complicated situation is trying to explain and go back in a few minutes, just for a few minutes, over what we tried to explain in the first part, that if it's not understood or if you can explain it in a different form and shape. What we said is that the world is made of gravitational magnetic fields, and a whole universe is built on the interaction of the field. So what does this mean? Fields, as you can see here, are in motion in the universe, in everywhere dimension. And then as they come in touch with each other, they make a ball, which part of the field goes in and part of the field which is not in interaction of repelling comes out. So if you look at this, it's like two bunch of magnets coming to magnetic fields coming together, and their interaction creates gravity, or which is attraction. That's what gravity means. Adults like to make it very complicated, and we tend to make different names for the same thing to show the level of how intelligent we are. So if anybody tells you about gravity, gravity means in English gravitating. It means coming together. It means joining up. Magnetic field repulsion, it means when you go away from each other. So when you have two bunches of magnetic fields coming and going, some of them come together and some of them go away from each other. And this is how a plasma is created. The total of fields come together, which pull together, it's just like putting when you hold hand together, is called gravity, and you pull each other together. And then bunch are there who pull away from you, they're trying to pull outwards. We call this magnetic field or magnetical field, which is the repulsion. So if you look at it, this is exactly the structure of the magnetic field, but in 3 dimension. What this 3 dimension means is these fields, some are coming in and some are going out. And if you put them together, they become like this, they rotate. And then that's how literally a plasma is made. The more and more of these you put together, then the more you get the interaction of the fields to be. So you find out the fields, all of them come together, some inwards and some outwards. The ones which go in and the totality makes a sphere, a 3-dimensional sphere. So in reality, if you look, this is a very much the reality about the plasma, but as a ball. You see it in every direction, fields flow. So This, when it's very tight together and all of them come together, the ones who hold and pull together, they call gravity. The ones which in your team pull you back and out, they become magnetical field. And the totality of the balance, it comes to a point that if you pull too much together, you can bring the ones who are pulling out in, and then the whole system breaks. And if the ones which are pulling the circle out are stronger than anyone inside pulling together, the whole circle breaks. So when there is a balance and all the fields going in and pulling in and going out and pushing out, when they are in balance, it becomes like a ball. So this is what we call a plasma. In the universe, this is the shape of a plasma. In the universe, this is how it is. But in fact, if you look at it, a plasma is transparent, very much like this. This is the shape of a real plasma. Very transparent, very can see. But if you open a plasma like this, and you put all these fields inside it, they very much look like having a center, like this, and then a gap between the center and outside. So the center becomes the center of the plasma, and from the center to where you can feel it is the time when the plasma travels from the center to the side, and where I touch is called the matter. The center one, the center ball, we call the principle because it's the mother, it's the creator, it's where everything comes out of. So the time from the center to the out is the transition, it's the travel time it takes to go from A to B. It's like it takes to go from home to school, as we said before. And then when it becomes, when you arrive to a school, that's where you want to be, is where the outside is. So if you go back and take the center out and put those fields which we created to fit into the ball, in a way, what you see is very simple. This is the shape of a plasma. A center field in the middle, as tight as we can make it, because that's the mother, it comes out. Maybe we can put two of them to show that because it's two sets, this is the gravity, and what we can do is to make it the same way, but in a different direction. So now we have fields going in and out, and then we close this container. So what we see in the center, in fact, is that's what is we have right in front of you. This is what we call a plasma. The center was where the tight ones are, and then as the field comes out, at a boundary from the center to travel to the edge, to the container, it becomes they're in travel, and then it becomes a solid matter where you can feel it. But this solid matter is still a magnetic field plasma. But this is where we can feel it, this is where we can see it. So this is in fact a plasma. That's how simple a plasma is. Magnetic fields which they open up, and the center where you see very tight up, we call the principle, where the mother is. In your world, you call it the mother, which is the creator, source. And then as it opens up from the mother, as you can see, in the field, and if you open it, you see in the fields, this is the mother, we call it the principle, and these are the rays. And then when these rays come to a point of strength, is what we see as matter. So this is a plasma. You can create any plasma you like. So now you understand the principle of the creation. The principle of creation is when many of these plasmas of different sizes, because some are small like this, some is bigger plasma, but the same structure. We call the smaller one, for example, electron, and a bigger one a proton. And when an electron and proton come together, we make one atom. And this is what your body is made of. Millions and millions of things like this. But the difference is that this one rotates, goes very fast around the bigger one. And now This electron, because it's a smaller, has to follow the mama. It's like you and the mama. This is the mama, and this is you. You always have to have a hand to mama to know where you are. So you go everywhere, but still mama lets you play free, but still holds hand. And this is what it is. And then when you put hundreds and thousands and millions of these together, you make a matter. The matter, what we see. It could be your chair, it could be your pen, it could be the food you put in your mouth, and depends how many of these come together to make that matter. This is a simple way of defining and understanding the structure of a plasma. But the thing is, when many of these plasmas come together, it looks very much like your toy. If you're a boy, you always played with these. We call these a connect. But in fact, they are the real, true structure what you can see a plasma about. You see the little balls? I try to go further, you can see it. And then the little balls connect with another balls. And at the time, at a position when the ball is there, you find a connection to another ball. This is like an atom of water, what we call the hydrogen, and an oxygen, one oxygen and two hydrogens. And then what do we get? We get a water. And then when millions and millions of these, you see the little circles join up with the other things, this is what we call molecules, and millions of molecules make the human body. So now you see how you're made of, in a very simple way, a human body, but made of millions of atoms, which are made of plasmas, which make the human body. But the number of atoms and the number of electrons and protons, if you remember, which make plus each other into a molecule, decides what matter is going to be. If you have one small one and one big one, what we call a proton electron, this is hydrogen. This is the first element we know. And then if we make like 16 of these, or 2 times 8 of these cells, we call them hydrogen. And then when you have 16 of these, and what you call 2 hydrogen, which is 2 of these, and 1 of the 8, which means this is 2, 1 atom. But if you go 8 of these, and neutrons, which are bigger than the brothers, you make a water, then you have H2O, so you have water. So you need altogether so many plasmas of this size, this shape, of a small and a big one, to make water what you drink. And then you make more and more of it, then it becomes the carbon if it's less, or it becomes magnets, which is iron, when it goes more and more, of 56 of them. Or if you go the carbon you write in the pencil you write with, is 6 of them, because that's how it works. And now you make atoms and you make molecules. And if they crush just as they did now, they open up, and the fields, we call this mixing with others. And then they lead to creation of, when they interact with other tools which are in other places, now this and this have become one plasma, and this, in moving with another one like this, it becomes another plasma. So now you have 2 plasmas, 2 magnetic fields, which they sit and they interact. And then one becomes a smaller one, and one becomes the bigger one. This is the bigger one, the proton, which was this one. And we have the smaller one, which is the electron. So now this is how simple life is about. And then if you get millions of them together, as we shown in the last program, we see there it is, another plasma. If you remember, this is the egg. There is the egg. This is another plasma, but it's transparent, because if you remember, this was the shape of the egg. The solid egg, the white egg, is when we have it like this. The soft egg, which is the plasma, and the yolk inside is what's inside this. So if I put this inside this, in reality, when it comes to be solid, this is the same as this. So that is the plasma which goes from one size to another. So we see how simple science is. Science is fun. And then when you start understanding this, then you can play games. You can play games in a way of making, as we said, with magnets. You get the lighter magnets, you get the stronger magnets, you get the weaker magnets. It's like a big boys and little boys. The bigger boys are the stronger boys, and the little boys are the weaker one because they're small. And then you see how they interact. That's what's gravity. Because they pull to each other. They kind of gravitate. And now, so when a teacher says, what is a gravity to you? You say, is when magnets pull together. When magnetic fields come to interact, and then what happens if you look? It's very simple. I can bring this to a point and then it comes in. If you want to see it in a bigger size, in a bigger scale, and see the power of how you can pull, it's very simple. If I put a magnet there, and I put a magnet here, look, all it is fields. Let's put this out of the way that you can see it perfectly. So what happened? All the fields from this magnet are all over the place like this. They're like this. That's the magnet field of that one. And then this one is sending its fields out. And then what happened? When they come together and they can match each other, this moves in. Look what happens. Whoop, they come to one. And that's what happens. The fields connect together even though they stay at two separate plasmons. So, but in fact, in the universe, all the magnetic fields anywhere in the universe, magnetic field of your nail to the magnetic field of your toe to the magnetic field of your hair to the magnetic field of your nose is connected to the magnetic field of the furthest star in the universe. Because
So all the magnetic fields are connected to the furthest star in the universe, and we're all connected too. I hope you finish the video on your own. It's probably a 45-minute video, and you can see that and show it to children, because the children are the future. They'll be coming up. They need to understand this. And as Mr. Kesh said, science is fun. He goes into more depth about flat magnets and so on, which is not the way to teach a child. You need to go with the spherical type or a ring magnet, one with a hole in the center, and then they can understand it a little better. So I thought I'd just play that for us adults who are still trying to get our head around the idea of the plasma. But it's beautiful to see the wire, the stranded wire, how he opened up the stranded wire just to make a beautiful example of how these fields go out and how the center, where it's the mother or the principal matter. So I just thought we'd just go over that a little bit for everyone. Some people are newer than others, and some of us older people are still trying to understand more. And I think there's 20 Kids Knowledge Seekers workshops that you can share with adults or children. As I said, they're very disarming and they're not highly technical, and we can all absorb from the children's workshops. So thank you. Any questions, or would you like to add anything before we go to Alex? Okay. Alex, are you standing by? Would you like to provide us some more insight into this space technology, this Kesh plasma knowledge?
Certainly, Mark. Thank you very much. That was a brilliant introduction. Welcome, everybody. This is the North American Corona team meeting, and I'm going to start the share screen, please. We have people from all over the world here today, and this is fabulous. I want to welcome you because you're all at different time zones, different hemispheres, different continents, and you're all here because you have nothing else to do on a Sunday except the most important thing on this planet is to learn about the space technology as delivered by the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. So I welcome everybody, and please fasten your seatbelts. We're going to go for a little ride. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute program in conjunction with the Canadian Keshe Foundation education team. And I know you've already done this, Mark, but you know we have to do some business, unfortunately.
Would you like me to play it, Alex, so you don't have to read it? We could do that, but if you like
No,
to-
that's okay. It gives
Fine.
me a chance to exercise my vocal cords.
you haven't had enough already. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is we are in the process of doing a lot of talking, and we have to be careful what we say. So we'll announce a disclaimer here. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANS processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional, medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided as is and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body, but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to. I would like to add to this disclaimer that I personally have no access to classified information. I am not part of the development team. I have no access to confidential advanced technologies. I am just your average Joe muck and fudge. We are going through a phenomenal revolution. And as this is the North American Corona team, we are looking at the onrushing of the Keshe Foundation American education team. And simultaneously, just recently announced, probably 48 hours ago, the activation of the Keshe Foundation Mexico team. So I want to wish everybody a warm welcome. And as we've been saying all along, the reserves are coming. They have been there all along. It's just a matter of timing. This is a presentation of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute on plasma science. Advanced public teaching. Our subject today is starships. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. This is February the 28th, 2021, and we are part of the Kesh Foundation Canada Plasma Education Team. What we've been moving on the advanced plasma teaching, please understand, it may be called advanced, but it's all part of the basic plasma teaching. We are racing towards March 20th, and today we're going to discuss starships. We have one more class next week to tie this all together. 21 classes, not enough time, not enough classes to substitute for the over 3,000 hours in the Kesh Foundation Spaceship archives, the teachings that have been going on for pretty close over 10 years. And with all the many teachers, all the many knowledge seekers, all the many classes, and all the many hours. This is just a way to try and bridge from here to there. And so what we've tried to do is to identify basic energy transmission. And in order to do that, we have to understand the terminology. So we've advanced on our basic terminology, where we have transmission, which involves rotation around the x-axis. We have transition, which involves transferring of energy through the poles along the y-axis. And of course, there's the magical transmutation, which represents field strength, which we see on the z-axis. We've seen the energy in the core and how we established a plasma. And we have to figure out what this does with respect to positioning. Positioning to what? Positioning to others. And so there's always an interaction, a dynamic plasma interaction. This is where the dynamism comes from. You see, because energy is always in motion. And so the most important aspect of the energy in motion is the charge, because that tells us which way things are going. And so we set up various geometries, and our souls now are entering and playing with these geometries. And so we call these playing along soul dimensions. And this is where the new teaching is going to really springboard after March 20th. At this point in time, we've introduced emotions and how they facilitate co-creation. There's creation, co-creation, procreation, and all things that happen within various ranges. The range that we're discussing is on this planet, primarily up to today. And within these ranges, we can transfer from physical state to plasma state by way of transcendence. And so what we're trying to do, not only teach newcomers and experienced students, but also the teachers. And what we want to do is to use the terminology in our description in a real life case history. And this is a real life case history because we were attracted to this technology through the cups of life. And when we say the cups of life, please remember what we didn't say. And what it implies is that these cups of life have something to do with the creation of the universe. So the first question is, how is the universe created? And it exists from energy, you see, and energy is a charge in motion, and energy is always in motion. So the fundamental point in book number 1, which is the universal order of creation of matters, and it shows you the combination of 3 plasma fields, which we refer to as matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And they come together and converge into a field which is invisible to the naked eye. And as we talk about dynamic plasma and its positioning between more than one, on the right-hand picture, we see 2 plasma fields of varying sizes. And there is a connection, which we call an infinity loop. And so the energy goes back and forth, and this energy back and forth is the magnetical and gravitational field forces that are fundamental to the plasma science. So which way does the energy go? And so we define a charge in motion as either negative or positive. And in simple terms, we base it on surface to volume ratios and saying that when we compare 2, the one with the higher surface to volume ratio is negative. And the bigger it is, the higher the negative charge. And then when we see the direction and we say the negative gives, well, that means the positive takes. And when we give and take from ourselves within our small schemes, that is the initial binding of energy. When we interact with other schemes, that is the flowing of energy. So we find that energy can be flowing or binding. And so when we talk about two forces coming together, we kind of think of warring forces, armies. Well, those are ancient energy exchanges. Uh, Unfortunately, they have dominated our history. The fact of the matter is, energy is always in motion and is looking to combine. And so energies, as they travel through the universe, we call them PM ticks. And when they have a nearness and proximity, they come together and have a little dance. And then they form the basis of your energy pack, which is your x-axis and your y-axis. As you can see, energy is always positive. So if energy is positive, then the direction is flowing is negative. And this is what's going on in the vacuums of outer space. It is jam-packed with energy in motion, absolutely jam-packed. And this energy is flowing all through the universe in various strengths, in various directions, and in various flavors. And so when we have two forces coming together that have a commonality, then they not only come together, but more of the same keep coming to and adding to. And so this energy begins to build. And the building of this energy, and it comes from all different directions. There's no predetermined source of direction. It's all flowing through the universe, looking for some kind of common pattern, a pattern which begins the enhancement of the X and the Y axis, giving it the 3 dimensions, which is the Z axis. And in order to retain this information, it has to come in, go around, and go out, because energy cannot be held. It is constantly moving. So we have to give it a path to move. And as more energy keeps coming in, beyond the basic structure, we get into a plasma. And so this becomes the fundamental delineation of your magnetical gravitational relationship. So the magnetical being the outer boundary, the inner part being your gravitational core. And so when we look at a plasma, which in this particular picture we can't see with the naked eye, but what we do see is that there are fields of energy in motion, and they're not colliding. It's very well organized, but they do create a structure. And this is what we refer to as the plasma. And this is what, is kind of the basic construct of what we like to call flying saucers. And when we talk about advanced technologies and the history of advanced technologies, we will not be talking about weather balloons or uh, rockets and Roman candles and things like that. We're going to just talk about some of the older equipment. Let's just pick a year and say around 1975. And so let's look at what we're looking at here. And we see there are 3 circles on the bottom, and we see a kind of a saucer shape. And there's a top, there's a bottom, and the bottom is bigger than the top. It's, and we understand star formations. So we see the 3 circles at the bottom. It kind of gives you an idea of the bottom of a star formation. And if you look at the circle at the top, it kind of gives you an idea at the top of the star formation. And then, of course, we have the equator, which is kind of your plasma field. And so what we're looking at is the hypothetical breakdown of what a flying saucer consists of when we describe it using plasma science. See, now it starts to make sense. And the thing is, when we look at the side view, we see that there are components inside and that there is a center core. And so the center core would be your gravitational point. The outside would be your magnetical point. And you can see that it's not exactly circular. It's only half there. But the overall saucer is round, and this is the way the universe works. So when we look at our plasma, we see that we have it. You see that we have an x-axis, which is the rotation, and the y-axis, which goes through the poles, and the z-axis, which gives us the overall dimension of the object. And so if we apply the side view of the saucer, we can see how the saucer is rotating on the x-axis. We see how the energy is going from the core reactor right through the poles. And we see that the dimension of the saucer fits the z-axis. So all three of these fields come playing together in combination. And then, of course, there is a source at the center, the core of energy, which is feeding the rest, because the higher energy feeds the lower energy. So we have the core, the motor, if you will, in this case, at the center core. When we look at the atom structures, and these are the representations of book number 1, which are the combinations of the matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And then we see the structures, which we refer to as electrons, protons, and neutrons. These are part of the atomic structure. And we see in this picture that there's a delineation between the fields. This is not necessarily a fence. It is just for diagrammatic purposes to show that there is a connection between the electron, proton, and neutron. And that connection would be on a certain field strength. And in this case, we're looking at the plasma matter. And then, of course, the same would apply to the plasma antimatter. And then, of course, the same would apply to the plasma dark matter. And so when we are looking at the atomic components and how the energy is flowing, we have to understand that regardless of whatever the basic structure is, whatever the crystalline formation is, whatever the isotope is, so whether it's on the periodic table of elements or it's on the plasma periodic table of elements, energy is always flowing and it's following a path. And as we said in the previous picture, it's only half the picture, because when you look at Earth, we find that the Earth is actually 2 hemispheres that are rotating. And these hemispheres are rotating in opposite directions. And so you're wondering sometimes, how can hemispheres rotate in opposite directions at the same time, and the Earth is rotating following the equator, giving us sunrise, sunset, day, and night? And how are these fields interacting? And then who's right side and who's upside? And so all of these questions come together. And so when we get 2 halves, they make a whole. And so then we see that really, when we look at plasma, it is a total field, and it goes beyond the magnetic boundary, the magnetical boundary, what we call the structure. It gets into a plasma field, and it is this dynamic plasma field which is now feeding everything else. And the question is, what is this everything else? So let's move on into more modern times, shall we? And we'll look at spheres, because doesn't that look more like the way the Earth is made? If the Earth is a sphere, why are we flying around in flat starships? Let's get round. So when we look at the transmutation of elements, we discussed earlier a couple of weeks ago that the matter creation, what we call the physical matter creation, is a form artifact of the interaction of the gravitational fields. So in other words, this was part of the introduction of cup 4 and cup 5. And the introduction with cup 4, of course, it involved the splitting of antimatter into what we call light matter and dark matter. So we have matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And then once the energy builds up to a certain point, which we call the transmutation of energy, or the dynamism that takes over from the plasma and becomes dynamic plasma, the transmutation is actually a scintillation of the manifestation of light mass. And that is the point. Light carries a mass. And so when we look at light and we say, well, this object was dark, this is a plasma reactor, it was dark, we waited for the plasma energy to build up, just like as we did in the diagrams previous, and then it hit a critical point where the mass would scintillate into a light mass. And so now you understand better what is going on in this particular. And of course, we have an equator. And then, of course, we'd like to look inside. Excuse me. Maybe we'd like to go inside. As I said, I have no special knowledge of any classified information or anything else. We're just playing with plasma. One of the things we know is the plasma fields interact. How many fields? I don't know. How big is large? I don't know. What are we putting in here? I don't know. We are playing with plasma. What we do know is that if we can create a pattern, we can start to bring in energy flows. There are links. There's an outside, there's an inside. There are links. There's a buildup of energy. Dynamic energy is moving. Energy is always moving. It's looking for a pattern. You supply the pattern, you get the energy. How much energy are you getting? I don't know. It just keeps building. And when it keeps building, it follows a sequence. And what you see fields within fields within fields. So basically you see the outside of the sphere, which is red, is the magnetical. The inside is gravitational, is blue. Inside the core is another field, the center core, just like we had in the flying saucer. And then, of course, we have the dark matter, and which is the in-between the outside and the center. And of course, this is a good place for all the people inside. This is the shell, the protective barrier, the betweenness between here and between there. And this becomes the balance of the Magarav condition. And so when we're talking about going from here to there, in plasma, we are using light as a way to go. And so when we look at the cover of book number 2, we look at the structure of light and we see 2 plasma fields and there's a connection in between. And so we introduce another type of starship, a cylinder. How many times have you heard people talk about cigar-shaped saucers in the sky, or shall we say cigar-shaped UFOs in the sky? Well, maybe this is what they were talking about. And so this is kind of how we go from here to there. Doesn't this make sense? And so when we look at the atomic components and we see the connection between the various fields, and each field has a various strength. So when it has a various strength, it also has a various light mass. And when it has a various light mass, that means it has a various light mass at a variant speed. Yes, a different speed. And so we have an interaction between here and there. And so we see how the light is passing back and forth between the source and the destination. But is it a one-way street? No. That's the difference between singularity and duality. And so we know that when we have a basic plasma structure, before it gets into a plasmatic condition, it has to have a star formation. That is the essence of the dimension building. And so we could have a dimension on one side and a similar dimension on the other side. And when this star formation takes hold, it creates a dynamic plasma field in the center. And there it is, cover of book number 1, The Universal Creation of Matter. And then we just do a slight perpendicular reorientation, right? So that we have a direction of flow. And so we have a flow of one star formation on one side, interacting with another star formation on the other side. There is a flow in between. However, there has to be some kind of interaction. And so what we see here is the infinity loop and the crossing over of energies. And so when we look at the dimensions and we look at the axes, we're never saying which way is up or which way is down. What we are saying is that energy has to flow. And if energy has to flow, there is one other thing that's wrong with this particular picture, is that the left side and the right side are of the same size. So if they are of the same size, then they're equally balanced. So if we want to get some flow, there has to be a gradient. There has to be a change in the surface to volume ratio, shall we say, or there has to be some kind of direction of flow. And we can modify the direction of flow with the strength of the flow. And so what have we done with this cylinder? We've taken a sphere and we've taken the two halves and we've kind of stretched the two. And so now we have a space cylinder. And let's see what we can do when we part the two halves. We have two chambers, and let's open one of them. And so we see the energy flowing inside the cylinder. And these rays of light, which carry mass, are rotating. And through the rotation, oh, the converging of forms, oh, they build a substructure. Okay, and then from that substructure, they have a plasma manifestation. And so this is even if you can't see this, it is still a manifestation. And let's go inside and let's see what's going on inside, shall we? And so we see the center point where the two fields are interacting, the center point, the same place where we had with the flying saucer, the rotating core in the center. And oh, look, isn't this handy? We have a yellow brick road. And so we are standing in the first chamber and we're looking towards the second chamber. And oh, look, there's people on the other side there. Please take me to your leader. So this, of course, everything that you're seeing here, you cannot see with the naked eye because this is all plasma fields. And so when we look at the starships, this is kind of the basic spaceship summary that we've seen the transition over the last, say, 90 to 100 years, as we've gone from flat spaceships, flying saucers, to spherical spheres. We've introduced cylindrical spaceships. And so this is the transformation of, or shall we say, the progression of the technology and how it's gone through. And of course, now we're seeing even other formations. So this is just a basic teaching. What we've done is we've gone through from a relationship of a singularity through a duality, through a trinity, and these are various dimensions. And each of these dimensions have to be identified in a field reference, because this field reference has to give us context. Which range are we? Are we on this planet? Are we inside the spaceship? Are we outside this planet? Are we outside of this solar system? I don't know. All we know is that we have relationships. When we understand which fields we're operating in, then we can establish a relationship. And when we say a relationship between what, we haven't defined that. Fundamentally, we're looking at basic relationships. And that is the magnetical gravitational relationship, which we are always seeking a balance. And so this is how the energy is flowing. And when we have a reasonable balance, we create a MAGRAV condition. So a spaceship would be a MAGRAV condition. A plasma would be a MAGRAV condition. A manifestation of any type of balance between magnetical gravitational fields would be a MAGRAV condition. Yes, you and I are MAGRAVs. And so this is the thing. We are a scientific organization, and we're trying to add to the knowledge, add to the basic scientific knowledge, and add to the spiritual knowledge, which we are now looking to combine the two. Combine the two because we're speaking the same language. Just one is scientifically speaking. And so what we're saying is that the balance of the fields is the conservation of magnetical fields versus the conservation of energy. But when we talk about spirituality, we're talking about the essence of the soul. And the essence of the soul is driven by the spirit. The spirit is the motor of the soul. And so the purpose of the plasma science is to add to the knowledge that we have and to be able to explain in the terminology that we're using how things work together. So fundamentally, plasma has an interaction because all things are working in combination. This is the point. All things are working in combination. So when we do a science experiment, we are part of the experiment. We cannot extricate ourselves from the experiment. All things in combination, and all things have a magnetical gravitational relationship. The magnetical being the pushing part, the gravitational being the pulling part. And when we have that balance, we call it a MAGRAV condition. And so, but energy is flowing two ways. That is the difference. And the ultimate difference, and what our problem on this planet is, when we break the barriers of understanding science, the one barrier that we haven't broken yet is understanding the ethos of the universe, because the plasma also follows the concepts of morality, compassion, and courage. These are fundamental constructs of creation. Life wants to live. The practice of killing in one's life is a violation of universal laws. And those laws carry penalties which you really don't want to encounter. And so this is where the energy comes. When we create the right pattern, we get the energy. When we create the proper path, we get the energy. We always get energy, that is a fact, but we have choices on how to do that. When we look at the universe, we see that there is a creation, and from that creation comes a product. And so we look at this picture and we see that we have a sister universe and a man's universe. And our universe is that little tiny red dot in the bottom right-hand corner. And that's our little tiny perfect world, but it's actually not very tiny. I mean, it is tiny, but it's not very perfect. But that is the core component. That is the core component, and we're living on that core component. And within us, we have a core component. And every one of these core components is how the neutron is formed. And so that is the gravitational core component. And so it is from there that it breaks up into the two other universes in this diagram, which we refer to also as the proton and electron combination. So here we see the progression from a neutron to a proton and electron. And this is what we're seeing on the cover of the book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. And as you can see, 2 are created from 1. So energy is always flowing. And these are the PM ticks. They're traveling in packs. They're all an energy parcel, a single unit. And they come together. When they interact, they mingle and they dance and they create a maggrav condition, which is constituted from antimatter, dark matter, and matter. And so this is the fundamental creation of principal matter. And once we have that, it interacts with other plasmas. And the basic plasma rule is higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And the combination of those create a balanced condition. And the magnetical part is the giver, and the gravitational part is the taker. And the question, as we always ask, giving to what and taking from where? We don't know. You create the pattern, you get the energy. What we do know is that each energy state that we go through, each dimension of plasma that we go through increases by at least an order of magnitude. We now have to say that it is in 1 order of magnitude. We don't know how many orders of magnitude because each field can increase by a certain strength, and it can retain that energy based on the strength of the magnetic gravitational field interaction. So we know that whatever the higher energy state is, it wants to feed the lower energy state. But energy states want to change through what we call additive, which is natural creation. You add energies together, or it decays, as we've seen on the cover of book number 3, where 1 breaks into 2. And so this is how energy state changes manifest. But energy states don't have to change. They can be catalytic. And in many ways, we are catalytic, but a great portion of what we're doing is consuming. And so this consuming action is reflected in our aging. However, we are retaining on our energy transfer state, which is in the physical manifestation within the range on this earth. And that range is between the ground and the sky. And so our plasma energy is interacting with the inertia of the range on the field strength of the soul of the earth. So this is how we are seeing how energy transfer rates are moving in our dimension here. But within that dimension, we can move to various other dimensions. And so we find that some are higher plasma states, and we have the lowest small m matter state. But what is very interesting, not only do we not know how many orders of magnitude we can increase when we increase from state to state, but what we do know is that the higher energy states have more energy requirements to change your energy state. So in other words, the higher plasma state is more stable than the lower plasma state. This is pretty shocking if your tiny perfect world is based on your touchy-feely physicality. So you want to see, you want to believe what you can see, you want to believe what you can touch, but in reality, it is the most unstable of all the energy states. And you see, and so we are now going into plasma, where it has this duality where it will absorb a field, but it also is a barrier of fields. So this barrier of fields is not just to repel forces, but it's to select what you attract and then to retain. So the structure, the substructure is based on the absorption of the fields and the barriers and containment of those fields. And what really, really matters in the plasma world, because God is the creator, is the ethos of the universe. And he has never created anything bad. And so when we're all looking for heaven or hell, it is what it is. And we are in heaven, and we can do this because all we have to understand, the basic plasma science has to do with attraction and repulsion. Attract what you want. You could repel what you don't need, or you can repel what you want, and the universe will provide and attract back to you. These are the basic principles of plasma science. You create a field. You create a balance of fields between the magnetical gravitational relationship. Now you have a structure where you can give and take energy. You can retain energy. You have a point of creation. And from there, you can interact with other points of creation. And then this is the basis of the cups of life, because we have energies that are flowing on this planet, which we would like to redirect. And so when you look at the name of this is not a trivial name. We're missing the point. This is why I harp on it. Cups of life. Okay? So what's going on inside these cups of life? There's an interaction of fields. This interaction of fields, we're looking at small matter state. We have a zinc plate on the left, a copper coil on the right, and nano-coated coil in the center. The nano-coated coil is operating in a higher order of magnitude field strength. And so it creates a gradient, and that gradient of higher feeds the weaker, and it creates an interaction of plasma energies. And at that point, it creates a structure where it creates an attraction, and that attraction creates two fields, one of which is a zinc GaNs and the other being a copper GaNs, which creates two fields, which creates an interaction, which creates an attraction point. We can bring in the CO2 GaNs. Now we have the basis of a star formation, and from there we can, when we create the interaction on this planet with the inertia on this planet, we create water, and then from the water we draw in the amino acid, and this is the building block of life. And the building block of life, being the amino acid, is mimicking the structure of the GaNs that we had in the cup of life. Isn't it interesting? A structure within a structure. And there's a whole lot going on in these little cups. And so, because there's a difference between the plasmatic strength of the zinc plate on the left and the copper plate on the right, the one is called emotional and one is called physical. And so the emotional has a stronger field strength. So we call it the gravitational taker. And the copper is a lower field strength. So that is the magnetical giver. Gravitational taker, magnetical giver in this relationship. Okay, we identify the relationship so we understand the context. The context is the interaction of these two cups of life, which one helps on the emotional side, one helps on the physical side. But when we bring the two together, they are the cups of life, and they call this what we call the cup of man, the cups of man. And so they, in combination, create a magnetical field, and then they create a gravitational field, and then it becomes a plasma condition that goes beyond the physical limitation and goes into the higher energy state, of which we participate. But for the purposes of education, we've introduced the cup of soul, and so we see not only does each cup have a basic magnetical gravitational relationship, but each cup has a soul. And that is the basis of your star formation. And when those three come together, the whole concept creates a magnetical field, and the whole concept creates a gravitational core. But in the core creates another soul, which is a dynamic plasma. So you find that the creation of the balance between the magnetical gravitational fields creates a welcoming for the soul. Its soul will always go where it's welcome. It will not go where it's not welcome. And then this particular relationship has to do with our earth. And in our earth, we have to interact with the fields on this earth, the environment, whatever that environment is. And so that is cup number 4, the cup of inertia. And then what range are we operating in? Well, we're operating in the earth's range. So that is the matter manifestation, cup number 5. And so when we look at all 5 together, we look at our soul and our physicality and our emotionality and how it interacts with our environment on this earth. We see the whole cycle of life on this planet in this range, in this relationship. And so we see the stacker unit when we look at from the top to the bottom, it's representative of kind of our vertical life, but we are considered horizontal. The plants are considered vertical, we are considered horizontal, but we can do both. We walk vertically and we sleep horizontally. In both cases, it's part of the matter state. When we talk about the capital M matter state, that is your plasma state. And so this is representative of not only how the feeding is done, where the higher strength feeds to the lower strength, but we also have to understand that we are not restricted to what we feed. We don't target the feeding, we just feed. And based on the energy, based on the pattern, based on the field strength, based on the relationship, whatever it is, we are feeding, we're constantly feeding. And where does this energy come from? Well, you know what? The universe is a bountiful place and it'll give us all the energy that we need. So take the energy from the universe. Don't take it from the lowest energy form, the physicality. So the plasma feeding, when we look at the way the energy is flowing in our body, we see that our spine is positive, the extremities are negative. And we also find that we have our soul of the man and we have the soul of the body. The soul of the body looks after physicality of the body. The soul of the man is the navigator of this starship. This is our starship. And we are on this planet, and this planet is having a problem. It's binding energy because it's taking energy at the expense of others. And so when we're looking for energy, yes, we have a right to look for energy, but we get it from the lowest sources. This is our social adaptation. And there are schools that actually teach us how to double cross. And this is unbelievable. And this is causing a massive sickness on this planet. And after how many thousands of years have transpired since the Great Flood, and we look at the sickness on this planet and it hasn't changed because we're still cheating, we're still lying, we're still fighting. And it all leads to the stealing of energy. We steal energy from our neighbors, we steal energy from ourselves. It's all the same thing. And this is a sickness that on this planet, and we want to endeavor to travel through space. Ain't happening, not with this. We have to stop what we're doing. We have to change our performance because we are not alone. We have a lot that we have to leave behind. We don't have to carry this baggage. Turn our backs on the gates of hell and create the heaven in front of us. We have the capability. It's within our hands. And all we have to do is get the energy flowing. Start feeding everything. Not just with the spoon, but feed it with your intentions, good intentions. Create what you want to create, envision what you want to create, project what you want to create. You create the pattern, you get the energy. That's how the energy flows. And then we can go beyond just our own little tiny perfect little spaceship, just our own little tiny perfect planet, just our own little tiny perfect solar system, maybe, and beyond. We have that capability now, and it is within our hands. How do we convey this information to the masses? When we say the masses, the number of knowledge wannabe seekers who still at this point in time don't understand the plasma. You have to be quick, you have to be concise. What is plasma? It's a kind of energy. And yes, it is really important, and we need to change our point of view. We look at universal languages, we understand music, we understand physicality like sports. You understand those two languages, you can go in any country in the world. You don't need to know the native language. But there's another language, and this is the universal language. This is the plasma-bound science as demonstrated by the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. We're all looking for soul satisfaction. We can now get plasma satisfaction because, as will be explained in further classes down the road, what we're talking about is the restoration of emotional and physical vitality. You have an illness, do you want to fix it? You have a psychological condition, you want to fix it? That's fine. But the essence is the vitality, the youthful vitality. If you can remember when you were a teenager, when you were a kid, this is what we're talking about. And this is the future. We all want to get back to nature, right? We want to get back to nature because that's our future. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything because we are nature. That's the point. All we have to do is change our point of view. And so we look at the plants. How do they do it? Are they smarter than we are? Well, we've shown you the horizontal universal body enhancement unit. Today, we introduced the vertical enhancement unit, and this is facilitating the revitalization of the vitality. Imagine that, of your emotional and physical well-being. And this will be available, hopefully, in thousands of places around the world because it is a universal rule that every man has a right to soul satisfaction. And this is why when we're trying to create the peace dome, as we do on Sundays through our spraying, and we see that energy comes and goes. We don't know where it comes from. We don't know where it goes. We don't get to decide. What we do get to decide is who do we follow? Because we have to follow a leader. But who does the leader follow? And so we have to decide that as well. And so some of the decisions a leader has to make is the leader, or does the leader become a follower? Or does the leader just simply get out of the way? Because the leader could be the stopper. And this is the question we always have to ask, because we always have to ask is what is our source of our inspiration and what do we want to accomplish? And so whatever we're leading and those that we're leading depend on us. And that is the thing about the universe. It is interdependent. And so when we look at the symbol of the Universal Council, I think by today's demonstration, you understand that the construct of this particular symbol is representative of starships in space. What kind of starships? What kind of dimension? What kind of range? We don't know, but it involves us, and it involves our interaction with the rest of the universe, which, by the way, is waiting for us to get our act together. Okay, because they understand the plasmatic state. They they don't understand, or maybe they do. I shouldn't say that. I stand corrected, because they may be amongst us. Plasma is matter state, small and matter state. We call it physical because we can see it and we can touch it. These are characteristics of the lowest energy state. When we get into the higher energy state, the capital M matter state plasma, we can't touch it, we can't see it, but we can sense it. And that is a real energy transaction that can't be measured, but is highly scientific. And so now we can identify what it means for reality manifestation. Two fields come together, they form another. And every time you form a field, that is a manifestation. So the plasma feeding leads to manifestation. And so we understand that this manifestation can be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, plasmatic or physical, dark matter or light matter. And there is a reality and a physical reality. Whatever the reality, that is the manifestation, and that is the form artifact of the energy in motion. And so we find that our presence today and the emotion of our presence today is a form artifact of energy in motion. So this is something that is falling within our domain. And so now we see that our domain and who we are is our soul. And our soul in our spaceship, in our body spaceship on this planet spaceship, and our ability to travel through universal body enhancement units, another spaceship, which is giving us the opportunity to travel between the plasma reality and the physical reality and the tangible. We are the connection to the source, and we are in this beautiful physical environment. We now have the capability through the plasma science for material enhancement and body enhancement, both horizontally and vertically. And so when we look at what the source is talking about, what we need to do is to deliver that science on this planet. And what we're looking to do it is to do it in exchange for peace on earth, right? This is the thing. And we are the messengers of peace and friendship. So when we review, we have to understand that when we talk about the souls, souls are basic, fundamental plasma energy. We are plasma souls. And so when we talk about creation, the essence of creation, it actually interacts with the soul creation, from creation, the creation from creation. And when life calls, which life wants to live, souls answer. This is why we need to connect. We don't need to get back to nature. We are nature. We need to connect. We can affect and regulate the transition from higher to lower field strength and vice versa. But man's soul needs the correctness of conduct. This is the most important lesson, because if we don't have that, we cannot achieve an elevated state. And if we cannot achieve an elevated state, then we cannot have peace and harmony. And if we want to be successful, we need to deliver this technology in exchange for peace and harmony. That's the end of the lesson. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Alex. I'm beginning to get it a little more and more every time you teach. So I want to thank you for extending yourself so much to all the different groups. And hopefully we, myself and others, can copy your example and Mr. Kesh's example of how we give so freely to everyone.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is not a test for us. This is only for earthbound creatures. So we have no tests at the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute.
What about degrees?
No degrees.
Diplomas,
No diplomas.
certifications?
No. No, forget about it.
Okay, I guess the knowledge will never end then. The teachings will never end. If we go back to the electron and proton for a minute, the big boy, let's say, and the little boy, they're both the same charge, correct? Because if they were different charges like positive and negative, they would pull together or they would gravitate, correct?
They are relatively different charge.
Okay.
And they're
And
not, the charge is not finite. It's
it's moving around.
It's relative. Well,
So if we,
it depends on what
Go
you're
ahead.
comparing.
no, I'm just trying to say,
Oh,
now the electron, would that spin in a counterclockwise rotation? Or is that also relative? I know in the children's teaching, if you continue, Mr. Keshe said that most plasmas spin in an anti-clockwise manner. Some of them that spin in a clockwise manner, we call them positron. So would you say the proton and the electron are both spinning in the same direction, or are they spinning in opposite directions?
Mark,
Yes,
could I add something, Alex?
of course.
If they're spinning on a plane, there is no counterclockwise and clockwise, because it all depends if you're looking from up above or down below, what is up and what is down.
I just wanted to determine if they're both spinning in the same direction or opposite directions.
Well, but then
Okay.
it's easier to say that, isn't it? Why say counterclockwise? The same as if when you've got a screw, it's easier to say left hand screw or right hand screw.
No, we don't go that way. Sorry. Can I come in? First of all, the plasma's position or direction of turn is dependent on their internal gravitational magnetic field strength in respect to their environment gravitational magnetic fields. And that's the universal field forces, always due to the higher to feed the lower pushes an anti-clockwise. When the fields are in a way that the environmental field strength is stronger or internal field strength is weaker, they turn to be what we call clockwise. We don't have screws in the universe which we are going or coming out. This is a big mistake which was made at the beginning by a lot of knowledge seekers and created a mayhem. The direction of the position, we know this because we have reactors. We see how we change, and secondly is primarily position dependent too. So if you have the bigger strength and the smaller strength, but you move the position, you get the clockwise going anti-clockwise and anti-clockwise going clockwise. So there are two main factors. One, environmental, and then the position. Dictates if the plasma rotates in the direction of the flow of the higher order to a lower order as it turns to absorb in, or higher, lower order or a positioning that it turns clockwise, that it spreads out. And within a nucleus of multi-plasmas of neutron and protons, we see combination of these neutrons, rotations. It is not that all the electrons and all the protons and all the neutrons are all turning the clockwise or all turning anti-clockwise. And when the collective fields of an element in respect to its environment and a position is weaker, the element always turns anti-clockwise. This is a practical fact we know for years, and we have experimented many times to confirm this. What is positron? That positron can become electron, if you call it, if I change the field forces or the position of that electron in respect to the nucleus. And this is one of the only two primary conditions for a plasma to turn. And if you create a condition that the plasma has a leakage in respect, trying to find a position in respect to a combination of fields, you get what is like Earth, turns in an angle. And if you pressurize it through the field, that it goes through a 90 degrees rotation, like one of the planetary systems in the solar system. And why another planetary system on the in the solar system go clockwise? Because it has moved into a close proximity of the sun. Otherwise, before, it used to be different. And this change of direction is not that it's going to be in one go. It happens over time. It doesn't shrug off all the materials off it. In some cases, does. Depends how fast the approach is. And this is one of the prime ways when we control flight. In the flight systems, all our reactors do not turn anti-clockwise, or our approach to a position is clockwise or anti-clockwise. We create combination of for takeoff or landing inside the system. In a way, if you go into a multi-systems, which is part of the defense technology of the space, we create combination of reactors. In the combination of reactors, and some of the teachings in the past, I have explained. I'm trying to get my, what I call, laptop on, that I can explain this very clearly.
Mark, I'm going to stop sharing.
Okay.
Please.
Thanks, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much. Can somebody give me the number, please?
The number,
Yes, for the Zoom.
yes, 959
959
7129
729
3280.
32. EG.
80.
Okay. Wait 1 second. Just wait 1 second. I have to have a problem establishing. The process of the, just wait 1 second, please. I have to get the link. We have discussed this before in some previous teachings, but the main objective of all the asking to sign in. How can I sign in? Join a meeting. Doesn't allow me to go. Just wait 1 second, please. Repeat again. Okay. 59 71 29 32. He's asking me to sign in. Why should I sign in?
The bill wasn't paid?
I don't know. It's the one I usually use for the teachings. I don't know. Okay, let's till I get that sorted out for you to explain. I was trying to bring in to show you that we can create multi-layers, and some of the layers in especially in a higher order compact environment plasmas, like we go into plutonium above, we have seen in some occasions in what we call high density electrons or centers, what we call the nucleuses, that odd electrons within the what we call section rotate opposite clockwise, and some sections just 1 second, please.
You're in now on 2 systems.
Yes. Okay, just wait 1 second. In I have to go sharing screen by. In some of the atomic structures, we see the nucleus with number of protons and number of electrons and neutrons. And what we see in different levels, they'll all be anti-clockwise. Odd one here is clockwise, or odd one here is clockwise, and the rest are anti. These are due to the magnetic field forces which they create within. It's very much, if you always explain it, if you have a football, if you remember the footballs we play, most of and it's made of hexagonal sections. Every few pieces, we have a pentagon. We can't fit in a hexagon. It's the same situation. In some places, we cannot have clockwise. We have to have anti-clockwise. We have the clockwise. Because the reality is, when you look at the structure of, let's say, a nucleus, and you have, if you can imagine it, three-dimensional with neutrons and protons, they all create themselves a field force in a 3 dimension, which is the soul of the nucleus. The positioning in the center of the nucleus is dependent on the soul of it, which is controlling it. And that soul, in interaction with the others, dictates field forces direction. So the actual position or rotation of the neutron or a proton is dependent on the position not only into its neighbors, but into the soul of the electron too, what we call atom 2 in the nucleus. In defense technology, we use this, that if you have a spaceship, we have what we call multi-layering. We have spoken about this many times. where this is in one of the papers, where this is your aircraft with all your reactors, depending how you arrange it. The first one is anti-clock. The next one is clockwise. And a third one is anti-clock. This is one of the most perfect systems for high-speed travel with a full shielding protection. Because if any trajectory comes to in, manages to take this one will repel it out. Even in the position of the repel goes through, this one will return it. Penetration is more or less zero. We have developed this technology. This is not something theoretical, that we create such a condition that we see the position of direction of rotation. In the new enhancement vertical units, we see this clearly in our test systems. We see, for example, if we have a plasma, the plasma not only rotates with a heartbeat, the plasma rotates with a swing too. And depending on how we do, the direction of the swing and the environment of the swing changes. So you never, or the only way you consider plasmatic interaction is how they rotate. Now that we know direction of the flow depends on the gravitational magnetic field of the center in respect to the environment and to the relative positioning of the sun, for example, on the Earth, and at the same time, the distance. In the Iranian tests, we saw this very clearly. If you remember the small reactor, if you have it, you're trying to put it up, and you have the big reactor. The way we used to load up, on how we load up, and on the lab test, how we would put them proximately, we could see which way it flows and which way it comes. That's how we know how proximity affects the direction of rotation, changes electron to positron, as you call it. And when we change the number of nuclear sources in this one, which we could be much weaker, or being much, much weaker or much, much stronger, we could see how the balls, when he gets the trajectory flight, which way he goes. And it became a game in Sharif Tehran University to guess where to pick the ball by the loading. And a few times it dropped on the floor. We couldn't, our guessing was right, and that's how we learned. And many times, I've said before, when he flies, in catching it, because it's got pins on it, I have caught myself. Because it goes with a high speed. I have collected against the glass, throwing itself. These are, when we speak about the fields, now we have to be more precise and understand the process. Sometimes if what we've seen, for example, with one of the planetary systems in our solar system, this planetary system rotates on its x-axis. The reason being, the field forces from the planetary in the back, the larger planets, and at the same time, the central forces of the sun, it turns to go in a clockwise, or anti-clockwise, but the field forces return, which is spread from the top and bottom, forces axial rotation. In a way, the Saturn and Jupiter create this turn. That's why Uranus rotates on its axis, on the x-axis. It's not much to do with the sun. The thing will be there, but in a few billion years' time, when it comes closer, it will go on its own, most probably anti-clock. But this process takes billions of years, so it gets adjusted. Any planetary system comes in the vicinity of, to be in the bandwidth of the same strength of Uranus, will fly on its x-axis.
So it's rolling like a ball rather than spinning like a top.
Yep, that's how Uranus does. But the main field forces not only is inside, but at the same time, field forces from Saturn, especially Saturn and Uranus and Jupiter, are putting a lot of reverse back pressure, which has turned the Uranus to a side. It's a saturation of flow of the plasma. When the current flow changes in the direction of the high voltage, what we call potential difference of the two field forces of gravity and the magnetic field within the structure, that forces changes of the current flow. And in that is so powerful that can turn a planet. This is, as I said many times, this is the reason, the prime reason that the UFOs or flight system are made in half plates. Or if you see the most of the reactors we produce are in half, to stop this process happening, because by spreading the star formation, we more or less guarantee for the system not going to turn. If you lose one of your reactors in flight, the other three can support. If you lose two, most probably go into the trajectory to the silent, depends where you go. These are what it is in the space development, but we see it in what I said in, as I said in the atomic structure, you see some electrons in a given what we call layers are positron and electron, but they are the same electron in the same what we call atomic structure. So what you might see, this one is on the S1 and the other one is on the S2 level, the same as what you see the Sun, the Venus and Uranus. That position in respect to it has created a, instead of an anti-clockwise, a clockwise rotation. And here it has created an axial rotation. It's no difference. You put the Sun here, you put the nucleus there. Call this one Uranus, so you call this one what we call Venus. There's no difference if once you understand the fundamental. And because we have reactors, we have tested so many reactors over years, we can clarify this very quickly and we can show it. Because most of the time, when you go into the saturation of your reactors, when we have an inner reactor, this inner reactor going anti-clockwise set by the motor stops. And then it starts clockwise. 100% of the time this happens if you can keep field forces within the structure continuously the same. I've seen this thousands of times. And most of the time, change of the direction gives me a lot of signs it's a flight position or not flight position.
The words and the knowledge just roll off your lips so naturally and so beautifully. I hope we can achieve this.
It's learning. It's a learning curve. It's a process, understanding and seeing it. I have spent many hours in the lab, many hours in the process of understanding things with a lot of physical testing. When I start writing, when actually, as I said before, when we came to Belgium and the Belgians wanted to see, I brought a lot of scientific papers to show them what I say is correct. I never read scientific papers, but I had to go and find what I say scientifically exists. I've never read a single scientific paper to go and produce or get something from it. I always looked in what I have to see what other scientists have proven for my work to be correct. And that's why I say never read scientific papers. Never read books by other scientists in the way you want to think, because they affect your way of thinking. In all the proof of technology, once we had the knowledge, then we went into the scientific papers to find out what other scientists confirmed the work of what we done. I never read books. It's just understanding the science. If you read any scientific paper by other people and then make an evaluation, the knowledge is not yours. So you're depending on what, and then you might see something little out to it. But if you keep always away from other people's work and stick to your own way of thinking and see different avenues of it, you always find more angles, more knowledge into it.
So, Kesh, may I ask, astronomically, why do we consider north up and south down?
We don't call it up and down. That's your explanation. I call it in and out.
Yeah,
It could be
fine.
any direction. It could be any direction.
Yeah, we're right there. I think the same way. But then if we look at it from up above and it goes counterclockwise, if
No,
we look
no,
at it,
no, 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 no. Let's
Uh-huh.
explain this very recently. If you look at magnetic fields, you have as much coming in as much going out. Doesn't matter which end you are. You see, we never understood the reality about a plasma magnetic field movement. In our magnets, when we throw the iron dust, we see these lines, we see the space, but we only look at the matter lines where the dust goes. We never considered what about the space gap, what comes in the space gap, what creates the gap between. If they were the same, these lines should have joined in here, but they don't join, do they? They stay separate. So there must be a separate line in this structure, which is your gravitational field. And this field comes out here, and this field goes out there. And the other biggest mistake we make in the world of planetary system, we always say they go. But in fact, some of the fields enter here, and some of the fields enter this way. In planetary system, when we see the drawings from the whatever, they always show us this. Nonsense, absolute nonsense. If it was this, and we do not get this internal, even from the vertical side, we get a flow. Even from here, we get a flow. Otherwise, our atmosphere would have been in literally 2 lumps. It's not, it's spherical. So one of the biggest mistakes in the present world of plasma or cosmology is that the magnetic fields of the planetary, depending on the strength of field where it comes, goes this way. Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. The fields are continuously in a flow of their own. Is a 3-dimensional. That's why in totality we have a continuous atmosphere. Because some go from here this way. We don't have a residual field flow the way we see it physically drawn. We have field airflow, what we call airflow or field flow, like air, which these can link with and go on. There's a lot of misrepresentation in the world of cosmology. But at the same time, when you want to travel into a planetary system like Earth, what do? You come in from the top or the bottom at the weakest length and you come in. Or you come in from the bottom at the weakest length. Not through the field flows, through the gap between the field flows. That's why, especially in South America and in part of what we call Southern Hemisphere, we see a lot of traffic on UFOs because this is a way of approach. You come in at the weakest point, you have less resistance, less possibility of accident. This is why we see these kind of things. There are a number of reasons. UFOs, or when man flies, will never take this trajectory. We always come most probably on the softest, weakest to come in. Less possibility of accident. This way is too much interaction. Where there is a ditch, it means you have a weakness, it can come in much easier. And this is why South America has such a huge traffic of UFOs. There are resources in South America, especially in Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia. There is a source of energy which we explain in the future, I've said recently.
Yeah, that's true. And is that why the planes aren't allowed to go over the poles because of the density of the
No,
magnetic?
this is a different reason for that. That is totally different reason. But now we understanding more. Now we enter the space technology. We have to understand more about space technology. We have to understand the true space technology, not just what we want to explain and get away with.
Mr. Keshe,
Yes.
this is Miguel Moreno from Mexico City. I want to add to this information that we can learn a lot when we are building the reactors, the motion reactors, because some days ago I was projecting light inside of one reactor, and I was be able to see a very small black hole creating in the center of the core. So that teach me that everything could be created by micro or micro black holes, everything in the matter. Could you help us to understand a little bit more if that is right?
We see these kind of characteristics depending on the field flow within the center of the reactors. You're not the first one who's seen black holes inside the center. We've seen it for many years. Usually, it needs a specific combination of mixture of gases. And the field flow becomes in a way that you don't absorb, or you absorb all the energy fields which are flowing in. So it's darker, it's not black. It's shadowy darker than it's there. And it's very, very small, usually are very, very small. They are not big. Where with the matter state plasma centers, we see a big ball, a big hole. If you looked at it, it must be very, very tiny black, darker. It's not huge. You cannot hold.
Actually, I was be able to see it because I was projecting light.
Yes, but it's not the size of the usual, which is the, about a fifth of a ball we see in the center with the gas and the water. These are very tiny compared, very tiny.
Yeah, so tiny, so tiny. And another thing that I was be able to see is that the micro black hole is made by another smaller black holes rotating. But this
You see,
smallest,
these black holes we see is the reflection of the interaction of the fields in respect to the light you shine on them. In reality, they are not black. In reality, the way you shine light on them, they look black. But they do exist, and we see these if usually sometimes when you add a hydrogen or H3 combination in your reactor.
this was made by the 4 cups of the life. I didn't put the fifth one that was with the H3. Just I used 4 of them.
Yeah. Usually what we see is when the hydrogen H3 or tritium are in position, we see the black signs or the condition, which is deuterium, mainly we see it. Or you create a condition of the deuterium, which shows itself as a darker shade. It's not black. It's grayish darker in respect to its environment.
Actually, it's not black. The light is making the shape
Yes.
of the fields interacting.
No, it's what
want
you
to see the
see
video?
with the light. You see the interaction of the fields. That interaction looks slightly darker than the environment they're in. You don't make a black hole. It's an interaction of the fields. You see this quite often.
I have a small video. Do you want to see it? Or later?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I've seen many of these. I create them for a specific purpose, but you don't see it as a black that you can't see the center of it. It's a translucent black. You can see through it.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, it's true. I'm gonna show you
Yes.
the video. And you can see in the center how gonna be interacting the fields. And the movement of the fields. A little bit later. Almost there.
It's
Almost
a
there. You're
shadow.
gonna see that right there, right there. The movement. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a shadow of the field, translucent.
Yep.
What have you put in the bowl?
The 4 guns that we made for the Cup of Life.
Which one?
The first one that is made by the copper, regular copper, the nano-coated copper, and zinc plate. This is the first one. The second one was two coils.
Did you use cup number 4 or 5?
No, 1, 2, and 5. I just put away the
use cup number 5, not cup number 4.
Yeah, it's true. All the zinc, nano-coated zinc. I put away just
no. Cup number 5, the bottom one is number 5, which is the Earth gravitational field. Okay. Did you use the bottom one?
The
Earth.
The Earth that has a H3?
No. Did you use the cup number 5, the one at the bottom of the stack?
Yes, I did.
Okay, then that's correct. Because in that field, you have an iron with a zinc coating of the cup number 1 or 2, you have created the hydrogen, H3. You create that condition of the production of because of the iron and zinc, which you have from most of the cup number 1 on the top, you have produced the H3, that the interaction H3 and H in that combination creates these shadows. This we know.
And this is another example that I think that is increasing the energy for the shape.
You see, these are interaction of the field which come into. This is why at the beginning, I asked you if you have a H or H3 in your container, in your bowl. And now when you explain that you use the bottom one, cup number 5, which has an iron in it, with the guns of the cup number 1 or 2, you have created like what we use the zinc plate iron, which leads to creation of the high CH3, which you don't have the CH3 in there, you have a H3 and a H. And this is why you get the that gray dark color.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh.
You're welcome. This comes, as I said to you, from, if you want to see your screenshot. This is what, as I said, comes from the interaction of the H and H3. We always see this when this combination is used in a specific way, because you have an iron at the bottom as part of the structure of your gravitational magnetic field of the Earth. And you had what we call the copper and the zinc. You have mixed the gases of these, and in a specific combination, a strength of the field, you create both of these, that the interaction gives the shadowy shape of what we call deuterium. And that's why you see the black spot, and it's very tiny.
About this teaching made me think that maybe everything starts with a black hole, but no, but not like we used to think. Like it's like mixing energy, like if a boy is making with mixing the energies, men and female, in different way.
You can look at it that way if you like. You can look at it that way if...
Like if the universe is a matrix and is entering energy to make everything inside of the universe.
We can assume, we can explain anything in any direction.
Yeah, just was a point of view.
Yes, you can, as I said, in this technology, you are never wrong. But you have
Okay.
to see if we can prove it, and it's there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I came in because this had to be, we tried to start clarifying a lot of points at the outset in a lot of ways that we all go into the next step of the technology in a clearer way.
Thank you very
Sorry
much
about
for clarifying
Thank you very
this,
much.
Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much.
So another question I was going to ask Alex, and maybe he can do it. When we have a plasma.
I'm going
that-
away. You can carry on. Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
I sent a message to Alex privately. Why do I sense he's always leaving me in the dust, so to speak? Smile. And he uses such a simple explanation. So Alex, if we have the plasma, let's say, and that's considered a neutron, yeah?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, but if that plasma wants to travel from one location to another location, apparently the neutron, instead of being spherical, becomes cylindrical and elongated as a light, like in book number 2. And then when it reaches its point of destination, it then converts itself back into a spherical plasma.
The point that I was
What
trying
gives
to,
it the impetus to move from one location to the other?
well, it is always moving. The question is, what's causing the attraction? So there's always a.
No, you gotta explain it much better. Come on, Alex. That's not the reason.
Be
Where-
because in the beginning, in the nucleus, when it's liberating the neutron, is where the energy starts to go outside.
Once you have the Magravs condition, that is creating the structure. And so the fields are attracting more and more, and then the
Come
Magravs
on, Alex.
groups.
Let's ask a question. Let's start debate. You want to go from Toronto to New York, and you want to fly with your spaceship. What is criteria of your motion, and how do you know you're going to land in New York?
Well, I have a reluctance.
And then when you
to
get
go
to
into
New
that
York, then
discussion.
you decide to go to Tokyo. This is what we're going to do. You see the spaceships you see above you don't just happen to land here. They decide to be in that position. So now this is what I told you many times in the past. The biggest problem for the man at the beginning would not be to take off, is to which way you fly. Where are you gonna fly? Or are you gonna go, your, what do you call it, compass doesn't work in the universe. Where is the Earth and where is God knows planet Zeus? How do you go to? How do you create a condition to be attracted to? How do you land in center of red square in China and not by accident in the middle of what do you call it, Moscow? How do we devise flight systems that can be pinpoint accurate?
The inertia.
You've
Partially.
told us in the past that every point has a specific magnetic gravitational field strength. And so to get to that specific point, you match that.
We don't have any GPS in the universe. You're not very far wrong.
The question I have is, how do you predict the destination point?
How do you receive fields from the destination point?
Right. Once you told us.
This is sorry, but I'm going to jump in here because this is why I said our magnetic fields are like this and not the way they show us. This is nonsense. You are in Toronto and you want to land in New York, a specific position in New York. You want to land on the dark side of the moon in a given cavity area. How do you get there? Taking off the table is easy. Trying to find directions is easy. But now, when you take off a new direction, how do you know you're going to land there, not there?
Right, especially if you haven't been there before.
Exactly.
Okay, if we haven't been there before, I'm not quite clear, but I know two things. You've said that the bird.
What happened? If you've been there, you put a grain of the place in your pocket, you know that's where you're going to go.
No, but you have the feeling, you have the recognition of the specific field strength of that
Man, we
point.
never get out of the moon, out of the earth.
Well, but you've
Because
also
we've never
told
been
us
there.
that when we look at a star, we see the star, that when we see that, there is a part of that communication between us that tells us that specific field strength, that's the specific identity of the location of that star. Now, it's not just eyesight, I know that, but it's a recognition of its field strength, and we know.
Don't forget, you are rotating and that thing is rotating too.
Okay.
So by the time you get there, it's moved. How do you lock yourself to the position?
Well, but it's moved, but it still has the same field strength.
Yes. But how do you go from Earth to the planet, what do you call it, to the moon and land on a specific position? You know, it's no use your wife inviting you for dinner on a, what do you call, a restaurant in center of New York, and you end up 2 blocks away in somebody else's restaurant there. You want to land exactly in the right place. I was just, where have you been?
Okay,
I landed in the wrong place.
But isn't it like the magnets you show us at the table? One magnet is attracted to another. Even if one of the magnets is moving, the other magnet is still going to go to it, even if it's moves to a different position, because it's being attracted to the source that it's matching to. And even if it moves quickly, the other one is going to catch up to it, because it's not going to a certain point, it's going to a certain field strength of attraction.
I'm trying to find a way to stretch your understanding without giving much away, as usual. You know, I'm very stingy with information.
You're stumping our panelists.
Is it emotion?
Pardon?
Is it emotion?
folding the time, interacting with the time, with the gravitational field.
You're there, merely. You're there. Partially.
Could he repeat that, please?
No, don't repeat it, Alan.
Okay.
No. I'm in a very good mood today. I just became a grandfather just about a few minutes ago.
She came.
God bless.
She came after a week late.
Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you very much. Literally past few minutes she's born. She's a gorgeous
Congratulations, Mr. Cash.
Thank you very much. So
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Mr. Cash.
Thank you very much. So I'm in a very good mood. I'll try to stretch your knowledge as a gift for the birthday of my granddaughter. She's gorgeous.
Magrav.
Why don't you do like Ella said and just tell us clearly?
Specificity. The knowledge of understanding is understanding the process of the creation. And in what strength of what field in which part of the universe exists, that you can specify that, first of all, which part of the universe you want to be. Because each section of the universe has different field strength. A man, by testing and traveling, will get more and more of it, but in a way, the universal community will give you this knowledge. You will learn very quickly. And in that process, then you'll find out what field at which strength come from a certain region of that. And then what field and what strength come from certain points in that region. Because the plasmatic field of the universe are masked on top of each other or inside each other. If this is a magnetic field of this point and there's another area in it that you want to go in it, this will cover this. And inside it, there is a masking of this. And inside it, there's a masking of this. In a way, you have to be able to break through to be able to get to the point. You know, this field region is from this part of the universe. Then you know this field, the strength of here is from this region of the universe. And then you know this strength comes from a specific point. You cannot most of the time go through to the same. It's preferable, man will understand later on, to have this diversion. Because you always end up within the region you want to be. And then at the region, as you come closer, you move into the inner, and then when you come near, you move to the center. And it's the same with what we call gravitational magnetic field of the earth. This is why when we told you to make the 5 cups, we gave you the inertia. You're still in your system, because you created the gravitational magnetic field of the earth, you never leave Earth. Because of the field strength, you are within it. Then you know the region, the field strength of the planetary system, and then you direct it to the spot. What happened if they change a building there by the time you've been there the last time? Never destroy your, what do you call it, 5 copper stack, because it's the best way you can learn everything about the flight system especially for the time being on Earth. Anybody who destroyed their stacker, you're a fool. Because you lost yourself the opportunity to be able to become the travelers of even on Earth. You grounded yourself because you have no position to test and see. As I said, when you make the stacker unit, when you make your gravitational systems, now you bring different elements. You learn in a very near future, as the lady told us, you can even travel to the emotion of a nation. These people have such an emotion, it will land you in that area. Because emotion has a feeling, has a feel strength. And this is how you narrow yourself to. How do you land when you want to go to a football match and the 50,000 are going there? You follow the people. Now you follow the feel the people, the souls who are Manchester United supporters, and that's a match where they're going to end up. The more feel the strength direction, you end up in the Manchester United ground. Sorry about Manchester United, I support them too much, but that's what it is. But that's how we can do. Then, as I said, you had a field, you narrowed it to the region, you narrowed it to the point, and now you narrow it to the soul of the wife, whenever she kills you. And you land up on the table where she's sitting. You started from Toronto, and these fields exist in every level of position. You have an appointment with a wife in New York, you know her emotional field strength is very easy in Toronto, created, but you still have to go through the same process.
Mr. Keshe, I have a question.
You should better have two because you are Jalal's friend.
Could be. Do you think that the sodium in very high temperature rotating help us to reach?
Pardon? Can you repeat?
Do you think that the sodium in very high temperature and rotating can help us to make a gravitational field?
Why sodium?
Sodium and other elements also, but
Any
most,
element, an element can give you gravitational field. Even an
because
electron can give you gravitational field.
because the sodiums make a magnetical field, but in very high.
Anything makes a magnetical. I can make a magnetical field from copper for you.
Copper, okay.
The thing is to understand in comparison to what? How weaker is the sodium compared to this environment that can attract other fields? Again.
All right. So we can.
You understand?
Yeah, we need to investigate the elements from the place that we want to travel to interact with the.
No, not necessarily elements. These things will gradually open up as we introduce the enhancement, what we call for travel and for positioning, and it comes. Try to, as much as many of you can, try to play with your stacker 5. If it'll give you a huge knowledge, observing the whole field flow, especially in where you want to land, which planet you want to play with the fields of planet Zeus or Jupiter, you play with the bottom, different combination, different plates. You want to play with a region of given field, you play with the inertia. You want to see the creatures of this condition, you play with the soul and or with the physicality or the soul of physicality. Never this, because when you do this, you see the interaction of the fields of the environment. You're not isolated. It's like the present knowledge. You take things in the matter state. When you put a stacker unit up and you test it, then it gives you the full knowledge of how does the environment of the position, how does the fields of the environment, how does the physicality, how does the soul of physicality, how does the soul of the entity, which finds itself in respect to the center of the field, interact. Any of you, stop using the 5 cups, the stackers. You better stop working and trying to understand the work of the, what we call the space technology. The 5 stacker is the key to the work, understanding of the flight, lifestyle, shape of life, position of the planet. Some fools ask you to destroy your cups. They are fools because they have no knowledge of the creation and work.
Actually, I want to add that the 5 cups is a secret of the life.
Yes,
because
secret.
I have ganses inside on my fridge, so I have some John, ¿cómo se dice ajos? Garlic.
Garlic, yeah.
I have some garlic, and they were growing up without water, so that told me that it's like a resurrection, because it's the life coming back, but without water, without roots. It's amazing. So I don't have words to say thank you for all this great knowledge, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome. You got to understand, if you look at the 5 stacker cups, it's the body of the man too. If you understand it. Man has a brain, soul, and you have where you produce your creation, your child, your sperm, your egg. The 2 extremes, and then you find out how the soul reacts, how the physicality is created, how by looking at this, you can understand the emotion of the man, the life of the man. 5 cup stacker is not just for one thing, it's understanding the principle of the creation and its interaction with its environment. Try to expand the knowledge of the 5 cups with different combination of materials, not just the 3 we just gave you as a groundwork. Don't put a stacker there and see what it does. Change the plates, add number of plates, add more different dilution of the salt. And then you see what you get.
Mr. Kesh, can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can ask any question. I'm here like you, knowledge.
I'm Selina Rahman. I'm from Georgia. 4 years, almost 4 years, I go some places, but I don't know how I go there, but I see something, some places, a lot of places, but I don't know how I go there.
Is it by imagination or real physical body?
not real physical body, but it's feel like real, more than real, more than real.
I don't know. I'm not there, so I cannot tell you how. Mankind will learn very slowly, especially as you produce different gases, that you create condition that allows the soul of the man to take different what we call positions. Gradually, we'll see this, and we'll explain this in a more and more simpler ways as it comes. The one of the very first what we call transportation systems you will see in the next few weeks coming out of the Keshe Foundation research labs is that we will place one system, let's say in New York, and we place one system in Austria. We can leave one in Arizona, and we can transmute elements between the two, anything, a cat, a dog, a man, or whatever. And then we can move the same system to Mexico Research Center or place, and we transmute to Mexico. But because the system was previously in Arizona, we can still go to Arizona too, but the system is not in Arizona. It left a trace. It left a position. This is how your cells are created. So in a way, if you feel you've been somewhere and you've really been there, you can feel it through the emotion of the physicality, possible. But doesn't mean that the physical system is there. You have to, most of the knowledge seekers, and I emphasized on this before, you have to extend your knowledge and understanding of the fourth stack and what we call the soul, or what we call the essence of the central field forces of the system. When we say a soul is the sun, is the center, any system has a central fields that the rest interact with and position themselves in respect to. Your soul is where your liver, in respect to your positions, is placed in the body of the man, where your kidney does in respect to. We see many people talking about, I don't give myself. This shows there is no understanding of. We are not the soul buyers and soul sellers. So you're a hypocrite. When we speak about the soul, it is the center of, and that center can connect itself to any center. And the new enhancement units, especially transportation ones, when they come, it shows the strength of where you sit as a center, as a sun, in respect to a position where you want to be there. You know, there is a very clear position. I explained this very clearly that most of you understand. We try to teach you to become man of a space. We try to teach you to become free. We try to teach you to be self-sufficient through use of the interaction of the fields. And there are those amongst you who want to keep you because they make a slave of you, the dimension of physicality. And this has to be very clear. When you speak about the soul, is interaction of the structure of your life with any position. You can travel to the moon, you can travel to any position. You got to understand, in all shape or forms, your soul, your center, your sun, it's the position it has in respect to other galaxies, to other souls. nothing else. When in the Keshe Foundation we speak about the soul, it's the central position which decides to shape the place and the emotion which you physically interact with. The soul of the man is not something that it controls, you sell it or you buy it or give it. It's what you interact with. And that interaction gives you the time, the position, and the place that you shall be. Now that we understand more and more, you got to understand how do you want your soul to be in respect to a position, or however you want your sun to be. You now become a solar system in a galaxy. And that galaxy is the planet Earth. And then in respect to that galaxy, where you want that soul be in respect to the universe. Once you learn to be part of, then it's easy to connect to the rest at any time, position, and space. The soul of the man is not something you hold and you control everything with. It's what you interact with to find position and space and interaction, then that the soul of the physicality in instruction bring it to position it. This is why you suddenly go from A to B, and at B you meet such a thing in such a place or do such a thing. Because the soul has already decided on a movement, and the physicality interaction with the soul tries to find its position. It's a very clear understanding. And if you understand this, you become the man of universe very, very quickly. This is the soul of the man, the center where it interacts with all the fields. And this is the physicality of the man and the soul of physicality of the man. This soul has already made an arrangement to be in this position. So what does happen is the physicality follows to be in that position, even though it's carrying the soul with it. So when we speak about the soul, because this is interacting, has made an arrangement and a position with another soul, your physicality just carries it. You cannot sell your soul. Excuse me. Anybody tells you to you sell your soul, tell them you're so stupid. It's not a supermarket. Unless you're ignorant or you want to keep us in ignorant the way the religions did for years. Nobody can buy anybody's souls, nobody can sell anything. And I never gave my soul. So what it is, we call it a twin soul because it means it has an interaction with, and it finds itself in gravitationally weaker, in magnetically stronger, while the other one is magnetically weaker and gravitationally stronger, that it creates what we call interaction. Permanent interaction, an alloy, you call it, in the matter state. And this is what has to be understood. Because apparently there is a lot of confusion in the Keshe Foundation. Some people sold their soul, some people didn't sell their soul. And so tell them, please, where is the supermarket you want to buy someone? Unless they're ignorant. You'll find that the ignorant people come up with all sorts of answers for their own ignorance.
Mr. Cash, this is Yvonne. Does the vertical enhancement unit have a connection to the stacker units that you produce?
Pardon?
Does the vertical enhancement unit through the fields produced have a connection to people's stacker units?
What you mean to the people? The 5 stacker unit.
Yes, yes, the 5 stacker.
Why do you ask such a question?
It came to me as a thought, and as something
Mm.
comes to me as a thought,
You
there
see,
must be a reason
you
for it.
see, yeah. You see, if you create the gravitational magnetic field of what you create in your stacker unit, it might create a connection. It will connect connections if it is near it or anywhere in the universe. You have to have in your stacker unit the field strength of what I have in the vertical unit or in an enhancement unit.
So the fields have to match precisely.
The strength was yes.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to go out of the line of the work of the Keshe Foundation and as to clear something for a lot of you. In the past few weeks and days, many of you have received a lot of emails, disclosures of the private communications of all sorts of natures and private, what we call governmental secret documents. Please be aware, Keshe Foundation instructions to Austrian police and Chief of Justice of Police of, and what we call prosecutors of Austria has given us a very clear indication. We will not respond to any of these as the subject is a matter of the High Court of what we call Austria under the rules and regulations of Austrian government. These we have been instructed by our lawyers and the what we call chief prosecutor in Austria not to respond to any of these which have been seen on the internet. The people who have released this very soon will be arrested for disclosure of the security papers of the national interest. And by the laws of Austria, as of 1st of January, any dispersal of the knowledge or information to harm anyone, the way it has been done is a criminal offense and has up to 10 years prison sentence. We will not, on the instruction of the police of Austria and the judicial system in this country and our lawyers, will respond to any of the disclosures which you have seen. These are all lies and fabrication to damage the reputation of the Keshe Foundation and individuals. Please don't look at we don't respond, because the case now is part of the criminal law within Austria, because this information has been sent out of Austria, and the police and judiciary system of Austria has gone into motion, and we cannot disclose anything. And what you have seen on the net is a lot of fabrication, and especially made to see, and secret documents which belongs to national level security has been disclosed, and these will be responded by the Austrian police and will carry a custodial prison sentence. If you receive such a thing or see such a thing, please send it to info@Keshe Foundation or Keshe.Foundation, which the police of Austria is very interested to know to start the what we call, they have already started their process to add to the file. I'm sorry to bring this here, but we've seen a lot of nonsense things flying and recordings on the YouTube and especially Facebook. And this now has become a criminal operation as of 1st of January on the statutory laws of Austria. Thank you very much. You will not see any response from us, as we've been advised from the beginning, because this is part of the what we call court case and will stay the same. We can give you the address of the prosecutors of Austrian government for you to contact and disclose all the documents to them as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Hello, Mr. Cash.
Yes.
I'm Filippo from Italy, and I got two questions, like Jalal.
Oh my God, Jalal, I think we have to put you somewhere else.
I am putting myself outside.
Well, first of all, what about if you make the line of connection between the 5 cup? We use doing in the
What do you mean by wires?
No, I mean by put one drop of the first cup and put one drop in each other cup. We
That's
used to
what
do.
we asked you to do before. You make the lines very direct. But this is what we usually do in space technology.
Yes, that's why I ask you to make the line of connection.
Yes, this
between
is
the
something
cup.
we always do. We always do.
Okay, good. And the next question is, can we make springs made by plastic and fill it up with guns instead using matter state?
What?
We use make springs made by copper, made by zinc, made by any kind of other materials. I thought, what's happened if you build springs made by plastics, pipe plastics, and then we fill it up these springs made by plastic with any kind of guns instead using matter state.
If it is all liquid, gases moving in the spring, no. We did this some times ago with glass. We did this a few years ago. We bought a jar with coils in it, if I remember correctly, and then sealed at the bottom. The energy field coming down this spiral with the gases inside was so much that you open the seal and the material leaks. So you find you have an energy balance point when you find you have to close the tip. We saw the same thing more or less when we made the paint pens. If you notice, the paint pens you buy from Keshe Foundation have a different tip, because when they put a spiral coil in it with the copper nanocoated at the end, it kept on melting the tip. You can make it, but be careful of the way you make that this thing, your spiral, feeds back to another somewhere else. Otherwise, at the end, after a while, you get a leakage.
Well, if you use just the field with guns coating, what about this?
You still end up with the same thing, because the fields in a spiral is not just a normal wire. The spiral, it creates a field flow from here to here. It's not what is in the pipe. It's a field which is moving down. You understand?
Yeah.
The field, as it goes down, becomes stronger and stronger, because it's not just what is in the pipe, it's the fields which are outside the pipe interaction. It's not a matter of state anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Good morning and good night, everybody. Mr. Cash, I had a question about the KFTV, if you permit.
Yes.
I wanted to ask if, for example, I am Farsi teaching, Farsi language, but I live in Europe,
Yeah.
and the group in that country which I live,
Yeah.
they she proposed me that I can be, if I want, one of the 3 people for that country.
There's no problem from where you are, what you are. It's you when you become a teacher, you have to have all the facilities to make the recording and everything else. Teaching is not just teaching. Tomorrow we'll have the people named with us, hopefully, to be able to take us through this. Is the people who come in for teachings or news or whatever. It is if you cannot teach from France Farsi, because that falls within the structure of the Farsi language team, which is in Iran. If they ask you to be teaching Farsi in the group, there's not a problem, but you still have to have all the materials for it to be done. We are talking on a television level, not talking on just a voice. And people in France cannot appoint somebody to teach for Farsi language. But if people from France appoint you to be for the teaching, the French group has to introduce the other 2 members of the group as well for news and the KFTV, which then they will be brought into the, what you call, the TV channel controlling panel of the people who are there from different languages.
Oh, I don't know, because I think they should have good teachers.
If you're a Farsi teachers or whatever, it has to go on the team of the Farsi group or management of the Farsi language. We have many Iranians in New York or Washington or Los Angeles who want to be part of the teaching in Farsi or the news in Farsi. There's no problem with it, but it has to go through the Farsi channel, not through the American trying to do the Farsi teaching. It's all goes back to the base and to where we control. We start the whole process next week, and it's already, I think, about 15 countries, 16 languages have already submitted the members, or some individual people from different languages have appointed themselves to be for that language as the foundation knows them. But at the end of it, there has to be, there are more people than 1 person in the country. And has to be a structure to cover all 3 of them. We try to be very correct with this because many people volunteer themselves to be on the TV station, and we can't accept. Unless you are a single person from that country, we have no other knowledge seekers, which is literally impossible. Then we go to that to 1 single person, but you'll find out more people are there in the background, and they'll get involved more and more.
We will see. Thank you.
We have to. Thank you very much. If you want to teach as in Farsi, you have to speak to people in Tehran who are running it, and they had some people making application from Iran, and they want to know what's the credentials, what they can do, or whatever. And then we go the same way. You got to realize, while we're at this subject, I have to announce, as Keshe Foundation now is fully involved in negotiation of peace negotiation with Iran and United States in the background, and hopefully very soon in the front line. We try to keep the what we call the news of these negotiations on or off the KFTV for the reasons of what we see. We are trying to, in these negotiations, to bring what I established as a 5+2, to bring the state of Palestine, including the state of Israel, in it, that we can find a permanent solution for the Middle East. We are changing, hopefully, if everything is agreed in the coming days, the position of Iran in respect to the American government and the American administration. Where, can you close your microphones, please? Where we clearly state one way, technology in exchange for peace, and This will be the outline of the Keshe Foundation negotiation with the American administration. We will not negotiate on the basis of nuclear. We have moved away from nuclear, and our nuclear technology is sacrosanct to the integrity of the Iranian government and its nation. I know American representatives are sitting from the Biden office in the background here listening. This is a message to the White House. Keshe Foundation, in collaboration with Sepah of Iran and Iran government, and the whole administration of the what we call the space technology Iran, is the only thing that Iran will negotiate from now on. We consider nuclear technology obsolete and no ground to work on. We can give you all Iranian nuclear technology as a gift to you because it's useless to you, because it's over and it's finished. The term of negotiation for American administration is very clear. Iran and space technology in exchange for a total withdrawal of sanctions from Iranian nation as of immediate effect on the completion of negotiation. The same goes for the administration in Tel Aviv. We will not compromise the integrity of Iranian territory or the Palestinian rights to be equal within Palestine. Exchange of technology for peace is the only way Iranian government from now on will negotiate. We will not accept any other terms by this as of today on the construction and structure of the nuclear industry of Iran, which is more or less with the present technology we have obsolete. If you want our donkey, you're quite welcome to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Any
much.
other questions? Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Keshe, when you describe that almost perfect shield around the spacecraft with the field going one way, the middle field going the other way, the outside field going the other way, if you're traveling at such a high speed and a small rock or a grain of something comes in there, it could go right through the spacecraft if it was.
No, there is no way.
No, I understand. My point was that when the fields actually dissolve whatever was trying to get through there, there's no explosion, as I understand it, or as I read in the book. It's just a disintegration of the fields at
Very
the
correct.
atomic level.
It is what happens if you understand a deeper end of this knowledge. When you have this, if this is your aircraft, then go back to your knowledge. At this point, you are in a matter environment in the space of the plasma. When you enter this zone, now you are in a magnetic gravitational field plasma. When you go further, you are in a deeper field strength. So in these conditions, you're not, here is your skin and this is the earth. So you're in like a matter state shape. But once you enter the body of the man, you're in a plasma state. Now here, you're in a stronger plasma state, and here even worse. So when you enter in one of these stages, sooner or later, the minute you enter in some position, you behave as a plasma, it doesn't matter what you are. The interaction with the body is impossibility. This is one of the reasons on Earth we have that meteorites can get in one or whatever, can get straight away through, because we have a one layer cover and a high speed. In these, when you get to the middle layer, you're already in a full flow gravitational magnetic field and you become like a plasma. Most of your strength is lost. Now you become like a virus. You're not a trajectory anymore. You're a soft ball. And if you come even to the inner side, you just disintegrate in a way of opening of the gravitational magnetic field up. And this is what we look at. This is why we change. The only way we have seen in deep space travels, some high speed, high magnetic field waves can penetrate through. Because they are more or less not particles, but they're just energies, which they have they have not integrated, but they come with a high speed. We've seen it on Earth. It's we see it to go through our body, and in so many ways, you change into a dimension of plasma, and especially at the highest speed, where you are never behave like what do you call it? You're not a photon anymore. You're a plasma, even if you can explain it that way.
I just thought it was so interesting that there's no physical explosion at all. It's just a disintegration of the fields.
In a way, you put a sugar in a hot water. Any other question?
Yes, Mr. Keshe, good afternoon, good evening. I have a friend on Arizona, and she's asking me valid right now if the plant in Arizona is already inaugurated or if you planning to inaugurate it. And this plant will have the universal body spaceship, enhancement spaceship unit. Thank you.
There are 12 enhancement units, and a number of vertical enhancement units will be an air, and most probably the transportation system available in Arizona. As I explained in the Thursday teaching, we have started the procedure of production, the final production of the mass production of the units. As of this week, the order for vertical units has starts this week because now the system is complete. And the same with the enhancement units, with the horizontal installation. These units, once they arrive in our premises in Austria, will be part of the Iran negotiation technology with the American administration and the rest. We will produce them as, in a way, as a gift, or negotiation will go to Arizona once we reach understanding with the American administration. These are the age of space technology. And I have asked that the transportation unit its production or its test unit production to start on Friday. And we have come to an agreement with John in Arizona that a number of new vertical units will be there. And as now we have literally concluded our development of the new systems for them. Now the mass production literally starts this week or next week in China for the what we call enhancement units, horizontal ones. and vertical ones in Austria has already been ordered the machinery to provide and develop the technology. We expect by end of March to see the vertical units ready to be shipped, again conditioned to peace negotiation with Iran, and horizontal ones to be shipped again to Austria, to Arizona and other locations. These are technologies against in exchange for peace. And as I said a few minutes ago, most probably it will be inaugurated. John, as the head of the Keshe Foundation in US, is there, and the process has to be very, very clear and transparent. Yeah, we make everything ready to go, but the American administration has to accept the superiority of the technology in the space that we can come into an arrangement of closing a lot of problems of the past.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome.
And from what I've been reading, Mr. Keshe, on the internet and apparently from Secret Service and others, the health of the president, the current president of the United States, seems to be failing, as we can see on some of his videos and so on. So as you foretold us last year, that it looks like Mrs. Harris is going to be moving into that position rather sooner than later.
Estimated health condition of your president is 3 months. I discussed this with Iranian officials a couple of days ago. We have a valid information within the White House. But the biggest problem is that the lady moving into the Oval Office has 2 attachments to it. And this is one of the reasons the state of Israel does not put so much pressure on Biden, because they know that the husband of Ms. Harris is a Jewish, and well, more or less, the state of Israel moves into the White House. But we are fully aware of this, and I have fully debriefed the Iranian officials of this position. And this is the reason why, as of today, Iran will not negotiate on a nuclear basis with America. We negotiate very simply. You can have all our donkeys. We have the space technology, advanced space technology, which makes the nuclear industry obsolete. That does not give any surprise to a nation to step outside the boundary of their own nations for any reason. We are fully aware of it, and we are seeing the next step coming up. We've been given. You got to realize this is not something which is just guesswork. It's very precise. When I was in Korea years ago, having breakfast with the ministers and the minister of what we call unification of the 2 Koreas, and one of the breakfast times he said to me, Mehran, the president will die within such a time. I said, what you talking? I said, he's ill, nobody knows, but he's going to. And actually, he died within a few months, within the time they gave me. And I said, my God, they even know how these people die. The president of the United States will be called to be incapacitated to administer his position as a president, and she will take office. And repetitively, we saw the same mistakes as before with Biden, as with Obama's time in the past 48 hours. But we are prepared to move on. And as I said, Iran nuclear technology is a gift to the Americans if they want it, because it's no use. But we keep on working on it, we develop it. And from now on, Iran works on the basis, negotiates the basis of what we call the space technology plasma systems. And we can, as I said to one of the knowledge seekers, give us how many ships of the American naval forces would like us to sink in the bottom of the Indian Ocean for you within seconds, as long as there are no soldiers on it. This is a total change. in the point of Iranian negotiation with the Americans and the rest of the 5+1. You do not have the technology, you don't have the knowledge we have, and we are prepared to give you the technology to join us. We move you forward by about 50 to 100 years. And the sanctions on Iran has to be terminated as of immediate effect on completion of negotiation with the Middle East. We do not need nuclear weapons. We do not need nuclear warheads. We have technology which is thousands of times more powerful.
Of course, we don't want anyone to get hurt, but putting ships at the bottom of the ocean, no one will see. But I always liked your idea of putting.
I said without any soldiers on them, because when
I
they're
understand,
there,
yes.
nobody will use them for war.
Right. I always was intrigued by the idea of when you presented months ago about hanging them up in the vertical position, like on a clothesline.
The thing is that we, as I take position to lead Iran in negotiations, as I made it clear to Iranian officials in past days, is that I don't negotiate from the point of weakness. I negotiate from point of strength. And now that Iran has disclosed my name as a Iran leading plasma physicist who's managed to bring the American, what we call forces into tame, we are prepared to go a step further. That you can have all the keys to all the Iranian nuclear bases. They're obsolete. We kept you busy while we developed the technology, and now you can have the toy. And this is the basis Iran will negotiate. My term of negotiation is that way, and I request the Iranian leadership to accept this way of negotiation from now on. If you're afraid of nuclear technology of Iran, it's yours. We don't need it. You can come and take all of it or bring your scientists to learn from us. But in essence, Iran space technology now leads the world and it's a tool for peace. We don't leave that 3 months to negotiate with Tel Aviv. We decided, that's why I met with the Israelis last Monday. And this is a knowledge conveyed to them. You tell us which part of the Tel Aviv we want you to show, you want us to shut down, we shut it down for you. Electricity, communication, and the rest. Without harming anyone. The peace negotiations from now on is not on nuclear, because we have the technology. You do not open the doors and end the sanctions. We take what we like, where we like. We have the power, we have the knowledge. Politely, when we take, we pay for it. As we said before, I stand solid behind the Iranian government and the leadership of Iran and Sepah, as much as I stand behind the leadership of the United States and the state of Israel and any other state like China and the rest. It has to be equality, but on the right way, and the only way. Peace and the exchange of technology for attaining and obtaining peace. Iran does not need nuclear technology anymore. We kept you fooled enough. Now we play our game.
Thank you for your leadership.
We don't lead, we negotiate.
Mr. Cash, excuse me, the last one.
Yeah.
Some time ago, I bought cesium, a small jar. And now this little jar of cesium is roughly 2 meters far away from the 5 Stucker cup. This is made, it can be, it can change things in a bad way.
I don't know. Why did you buy cesium? How did you get cesium?
You know, at the beginning of the teaching, long time ago, you talk about cesium and high iodine, and how cesium stays like iron and cobalt. So I decided to buy a small amount of cesium because for producing guns of cesium. That's it. I still have this little jar, but I don't know.
Where is the little jar? What have made you to buy cesium?
Yeah, there is some place on the web you can buy anything you want. I bought this little jar because I make a system for replicate the field of cesium, just this. But now this little jar stay close to the 5 cups, and I always thinking, I don't know if it's healthy. Is a healthy stuff.
Have you
I
made
don't
the
know.
guns of it, or is it still in the cesium?
I make the guns of it.
So he'll be in touch with it.
No, I put the guns far away from me in the garden, and but I
Buried?
don't know.
Isn't the cesium vitamin B12?
Yes,
No.
it is. No, actually, it is. It's
Yeah.
more or less cobalt, but we take it as what do you call it, B12. But this is a gamma ray source. But cesium is more or less does, but in the higher order. Cesium gamma radiation in the gas state has a different effect normally than the cobalt gamma, the combination of the iron and copper.
Mm.
Very interesting. Buried on the ground and put it in what I call a secure box.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Cash, may I ask a question about the vertical enhancement unit, please?
Yes.
Do we have any restrictions with respect to the office? Can it be on an upper floor, a ground floor? Can it be?
We asked it to be on the first floor away from everything, and it is primarily for the field interactions, and in so many ways it has to be in those what we call the first floor, that you have the minimum interaction with the fields.
So again, a second floor situation would be out of the question.
Your second, third is better. The higher you go, the better it gets.
Well, would it affect people on the lower floor?
Not really. It's just the interaction of it. This is what we observed in what I call in China, and this is why we brought this.
I was wondering about like a little clinic. Let's say a doctor has a clinic that's maybe on the second floor of a building, but a small office. Would they be able to put a unit in there and practice?
I don't see why not. The new what do you call it? The new vertical units are much easier to use for this purpose on upper floors.
The way you described it was though to use it in combination with the horizontal unit. So is that a prerequisite, or can they be operated as a standalone unit, like I say, in small clinics?
Which one, the vertical one?
Yes, the vertical one.
This is a whole purpose of developing this vertical to make it easier for it to be done this way. That it can be used literally on the ground and by any doctors immediately.
What would you say would be an average time spent in the, you said that you were in there for a couple of minutes and you had to leave, but would a 10-minute treatment or a 15-minute treatment be sufficient?
We depends on the case to case. This is primarily at the moment for the viruses. And we want to keep it that way till we expand it to the others. It is loaded for this purpose. And it is what I call specifically for one job. And we try to keep that in that way. That is at the moment for the viruses only.
I don't think the situation with the viruses is going to go away soon. So we will need something as an ongoing solution, pretty well on demand.
Hello.
Yes.
Do you know something about the mutations in Austria, for example, or Europe?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm destroyed since a few days, and I have symptoms like a lot of mutations. And
what is the mutation?
For example, muscle tissues in the upper and lower leg.
I don't know these things. You have to speak to doctors.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kish, I want to thank you very much for supporting us on this platform today. And I want to thank all the knowledge seekers for being here and devoting their time and allowing us to make our presentation today. I was wondering if there's anyone from the TV stations that might be able to offer any news on their progress. And on that, I'd like to hand it over back to you, Mark. And thank you all for today.
Thank you, Alex. And thank you, Mr. Kesh. You always do a superb job wherever I find you. I'm always impressed.
It depends what you need to know about the television station. People who are appointed and are within the structure of the television station are meeting tomorrow at 12 o'clock. And if you have not been given access, means you haven't been we haven't received authorization from your communities or people who've been allocated. And tomorrow, then we split between the 3 groups of the news and the rest. And on Tuesday, the people who know more, 2, 3 of them, will teach all how to use and what needs to be done and what you need for it. And then by Friday, you have 2 weeks to make the first programs that whatever it needs to be done or facilitate to find the positions that we can record and find out where the problems, where the mistakes or where the weaknesses are that we can cover and start the process for the last week before the new year. What do you call it? New beginning of the KFTV. We don't want to put anything outside. If there is anything to do with the television, it has to be discussed within the management group, which is set up by each language, and has to stay not to become public known unless you go back to your groups and your communities for the specific jobs or specific assignments that you want to carry out for the first 2 months and whatever. But we don't discuss anything about TV work outside the what we call the working management team. Any other question?
I had a question, Mr. Kesh. In regards to the topic of the so-called vaccine that's been rolling out with millions of people receiving it, there's been reports of a lot of adverse reactions, from convulsions to all kinds of really crazy stuff happening. And I'm just wondering how we can help the people that are going through that right now. Will the GANS water help them, or is there any other things that we could do to help these people that are going through a really, really hard time right now after receiving the shot, the mRNA shot?
We do not get involved in this discussion because of the position we have as a Keshe Foundation legally in what we can advise or we can suggest. But primarily, if the GANS cup number 1 and cup 2 has helped you with the corona, there is no reason. If the material made is to help or affect corona, that you cannot use the same cups. And if there is a convulsion with the corona, we usually advise the use of 5% magnesium. And this is the official line which the Keshe Foundation takes in these matters. And if the problem has started, as you might see the side effect of the some of the side effects of the injections we see is actually effects of corona we've seen in tests in Iran. So effectively, if you use the ganses in the appropriate way, then you should receive some what I call support from its structure.
Thank you very much.
If you ask me this question, let me have the TV channel in the news or in the what we call scientific education, I'll answer you totally different. But
right.
Today, this is the way we stand. That's,
I understand. Thank you very much, Mr. Kesh.
thank you very much. Any other question?
Hello, Mr. Kesh. Hello, everybody. Salomea here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'd like, if you can, to help us for our program on education.
What do you mean how?
How? um, to have access to your video for the beginning. I was wondering maybe
Which video? What are we talking?
video with you, because we would like to use your teaching to be confident that all what we say is correct first, and second, yes.
All the people who will be connected to the education part of the Keshe Foundation will be given access to the teaching materials which are available in the Keshe Foundation. And we just don't make it accessible to everyone who can get anywhere or whatever. But primarily, all the knowledge seekers who have been appointed by the group to be connected to the education part of the Keshe Foundation will be given access to the teaching materials of the Keshe Foundation without any prejudice. And that's how we stand in this regard. So if you are appointed to be and you pass the vetting position like any other Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers, you will have access to all the what I call the teachings materials which are in the teaching archive of the Keshe Foundation.
I see. And is with there are with you all this video, or
Whatever it is, I
everything?
don't know. I don't know what is in there. I don't live in there. But all the materials are what is available to all the education groups and people who are appointed to be of the for the education group back up in your national language. They'll be given the same access because they have to understand what they work with, what they have, and that they can produce the correct materials for education.
Yes.
But we don't give access to anyone just to go in, and the minute they are removed or they are not within the structure of your organization, their access will be closed.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And yes, I thank you, Mr. Kesh. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Kisher, good evening. This is Kirk. I was from London. Sorry to bother you. Just a very quick question. The ceramic, what's the lead time for that? Do you know by any chance, please?
What do you mean ceramic?
The you know, the bowls and cups and
These are all
pots.
produced in Austria. They'll be shipped by the 15th or 20th of this month.
Okay, I've got a few people who wants few things. One of them is for the diabetes. So is that on the menu as well? So that's also will be shipped 15th of this month coming.
Everything we are producing, I think about 200 of each initially because of the orders coming in. And then the order carries on that way as far as I know. We received a large number of orders and just keep on coming. And that's how it'll be kept for the time being.
Right. If you don't mind, sorry, I must have missed it. So we got one which does for diabetes, and the other one was for food.
There's one diabetic, one for blood pressure.
One for blood pressure, one for diabetes. Okay, great. And the other one, the third one?
It's just one for, we call it for sugar, and one is for pressure.
Okay, so with these two versions at the moment in ceramic stuff.
Sorry, what did you say?
Sorry, so we have got two different application at the moment in terms of ceramic.
Three. There is a life. There is a which is a cup of life. There is a sugar and a pressure.
Cup of life.
We will release. Yeah, cup of life 1 and 2.
Oh, okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're introducing more materials, more what we call products, and as we are now on different platforms through like Amazon and the rest, and the what do you call it? The product range will increase quite a bit this next few weeks and months.
And Alibaba as well, you mentioned.
Alibaba is done by our Chinese counterparts, the Keshe Foundation China. Keshe Foundation China now has become a very large concern in China as the Chinese government has returned the majority shares holding to Keshe Foundation, and by implication of the signed contract with the Chinese authorities, CPC, and what we call organization we partnership with, our knowledge value has been accepted into or written into the partnership. So Keshe Foundation has automatically moved, completing its what we call 5 billion condition of the transfer of technology to China. Then the company now is matured as a corporation, and they move with all our subsidiaries in China, has become an operative organization with a full capital paid of 5 billion. This is part of the work because initially we stay very open because the governments have to know how we operate and the reason we operate, and the value, intellectual right value of the 50 million to value of 5 billion investment. It's taken us 2 years to complete, and this is part of the ownership stock of the what we call our central holding company, and we'll most probably we will have Mexico online for the first time before end of this month. Mexico is going into what we call operation, and it has its own central television center and the rest. What is important is that most of the knowledge groups, companies which are already registered, now can benefit by the Keshe Foundation in their own national language. For example, Brazilians, by opening the Keshe Foundation Brazilian shop, they can sell in Brazil the products of the Keshe Foundation Corporation as a whole, and deliver in Mexico. And what we call the profit made by it or from the sale of the products becomes operational capital for them to be able to run their programs or whatever they have to do. This is now expanding as it's gone, what do you call it, operational this way. You'll see more and more of these. For example, if you have a Keshe Foundation in Canada, you can open a Keshe Foundation website, shop, store as we do, the way Arizona used to do, some of your own goods, or link into our stock in what we call in China, and you'll be charged what we call a structural value for all the Keshe Foundations because we own your operation partially, and then the profit made from this will become your operational cost to run, buy materials, open the studio, and the rest. This is now in progress, and most of the knowledge seekers now, if you have a company which is owned, controlled, or under management of the Keshe Foundation Austria, you will be given access to the stock of the Keshe Foundation, which is held in what we call in China or in, and you sell the products in the local, what we call the structures, and what I call local Amazons or different groups and chains, and that profit will become for your organization to run and expand and whatever you want to do in the language or develop different centers. We have restructured the Keshe Foundation this way now, and we see Brazil, I think, is one of the first one. Mexico is the second one, is coming into operation in the next few days by opening their shops and selling the same Keshe Foundation, but in their own websites through their national organizations. And this way now, Keshe Foundations become self-sufficient to run their organization.
So these stores that are going to be located in malls and things, they're going to have stock where people can come in and handle the product or see the product. This will be such a unique store. Most of the stores, more or less, are pretty similar, but this is going to be a unique place to come.
Yes, but don't forget, now you open shops on the internet in like Brazil, in Portuguese language, and is run by the Keshe Foundation Brazil. We have opened the whole Keshe Foundation has been restructured in past few weeks. We have opened a company in China as a central holding for all Keshe Foundation worldwide. And everybody buys from that stockhold. And for example, if you buy from the stockhold at, let's say, $2, and on the website of the Brazil, in Brazil you sell $4, that balance of $2 is what is going to be used in Brazil for whatever need of the company decides to set up a factory or whatever, or open a shop in malls and bring the products and whatever it is.
Mr. Kesh, what
we had
happened
to do this. Pardon?
Sorry. What happened to the distributors?
Distributors still operate the same. It doesn't touch this. More distributors to expand, and we expand the products and the distributors in a very, very wide way. Now, Keshe Foundation Retail has been separated from the Keshe Foundation Research. This took us nearly 3 years to do. And now the retail side has taken totally different shape and structure. As I said, the two ladies have taken over the Keshe Foundation running, and they've decided to go this way. So the retail is retail, and the research and development is separated and the manufacturing is separated. And these two, there was a lot of interacting and one taking too much from the other, blocking the others to move. Now this is resolved inside the Keshe Foundation. We have set up structures that these things would not happen again. So the retail continuously develops, delivers all the backlogs, the things we saw has been more or less resolved. Except the what we call the generators that now, hopefully very soon, Keshe Foundation will release the generators once we resolve our position with American on F5+1. Because this will bring a massive change. It's in the what we call enhancement unit, so we have to see how we can handle it. And as we've seen, enhancement units and vertical enhancement units are handled by the Keshe Foundation itself, Keshe Foundation Austria, not through the retail, because it's totally different structure of work. The whole Keshe Foundation inside out has been restructured.
These talks that you're engaged in, are they officially called +1 or 5+2, or is there a certain?
We will. It has to be disclosed by on the completion by the Americans and the Iranians. We are advisors into these teams, and we take a leading position in these negotiations as advisors.
Mr. Kesh, can I ask you about the Paris Climate Accord and how the CO2 capture affects that? My lack of understanding is I just don't understand how Canada.
We will go. I have to tell you one thing about this you brought up. We will not touch the Paris Accord till we open the Keshe Foundation television. And part of the Keshe Foundation television program in the coming time, when we give it to the Keshe Foundation operation, not to the news or the education, is to bring scientists and show the technology on television, on the TV channel. We'll emphasize in the very early stages the space and environment and Paris Accord, especially bringing scientists and politicians from around the world and who have prime positions.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I have a very clear idea how the television station should run, and then we will assign through different groups like the Americans or the Chinese or the Brazilians or whatever, to produce a series of documentaries very rapidly that it can be broadcasted in conjunction with the politicians, and we will show the systems. Many people around the world never seen a CO2 in a gas state that they could hold. And this will bring, when they see it on television done, then you do a show and the picture is totally different. And this is the same way with what we call the space technology. We take lead in a lot of things in a new way of showing and teaching it what we have. There's a process to do. You have to, the people who are in the new documentaries have to work together to find the people, groups, organizations who are signed or work to the Paris Accord in their nation, organize television interviews, make recording with them, and then as part of the program, introduce the Keshe Foundation to it. We teach them how to do and how to go about it.
Cirillo has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello, Mr. Kesh. This is Cirilo Solis from Peru. In the Spanish group, we have a couple of questions. The first one is regarding to teachings. We understand that there are private teachings, but also public ones that are available to everyone else that can hear through the TV. So there will be private teachings through Kesh television?
Yes, but you have to make it in Spanish. The Spanish group, teaching group, have to make these vision presentations of the teaching.
Okay, Mr. Kesh, just let me please few seconds, I'm going to translate it. Para las personas que están escuchando en español, la pregunta era si van a haber enseñanzas privadas en la televisión. Keshe, el señor Keshe dice que sí, sí van a haber, pero que van a estar a cargo de los grupos en español. Okay, Mr. Kesh, my second question, or our second question is regarding our workshops via Zoom. As you know, we have different Monday and sometimes on Wednesday and so on. So those workshops will stop and will be using the television instead.
No. To keep, as we said before, you keep your teachings as they are. If you want to make your teachings live in the times you have, that then you can send it to the television channel to be broadcasted the same in your language when the time is allocated. Then, yes, you can do so.
Thank you,
but nothing changes. It's taken a long time to get these teachings as you have organized. We're not touching those.
Okay.
Thank
you, Mr. Kesh. Yeah,
if you want to do
ahead.
them live while you're doing your teaching, if you have a studio, somebody can say, like Brazil, on Friday night. Rafael reads from the document, or the lady who translates, and instead of sitting there just being a voice, if they make a studio and they sit in two different parts of Brazil or together in one studio, and that can be used in the what you call Brazilian broadcast for the television. You put a teaching section, you get a testimonial. So you say 2 hours of or 3 hours of the Wednesday, Friday teaching of Brazil. If it's made on a camera recording, and they decide they want to have all of it or part of it as part of their weekly teaching, can be done.
Okay, understood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kesh. Just let me translate it. Sí, en efecto, los talleres del grupo español en los canales de Zoom se van a mantener tal cual están, eso no se va a alterar, pero sí tenemos la opción para el grupo español de preparar nuestras presentaciones de nuestros propios talleres, como las que se hacen en las de Brasil, que pueden ser pregrabados y podríamos tener de 2 a 3 horas para publicarlos a través de la televisión. En resumen, eso es lo que dijo el señor Kesh. Thank you very much, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much. As the television center in Linz, Austria takes shape maybe by early April, the teachings will be live from the studio, like the way we used to do from Italy, with the difference that these teachings, or these Thursday teachings, will be allowed to be subtitled into the languages of your national language. That will be in the archive. People can listen to it in the national language, translated or transcribed. But this takes a few weeks or a few months to
Hello, this is in Michigan. I have one more question, and that is, I have a generator on order, and I was wondering if you know if there's going to be a problem with the building inspection or all these regulations that we have to deal with in terms of electric usage.
No, we don't think so. They'll come certified units. The new power generators, maglev units, will come out as a certified units. There is a then the generators which we are now using them in the enhancement units are of a totally different technology and design, which is in public. And it'll take us completion on enhancement units. And as part of negotiation again with the American government, before we release, it's taken a different course for us as the enhancement unit, especially the vertical enhancement unit. Now the two machines become edge of technology in space, in medicine, in production of material, in power generation. In one move, we have changed as like a planetary system. That was the whole idea in the lab when we started doing this. And we have already gone into the second generation once we completed the first generation to a more power system. And with it, we had to go to build the transportation system, or what we call transmutation of energies. And these are in a very rapid developments. And the power backbone of these systems, and it's taken months and months to tame this animal. We produce energy, but we couldn't tame it. Now we have managed to tame the energy to what we need. And there'll be, it's just now we have to see how we work with it in the coming days and weeks.
Thank you.
But everything we produce as usual is CE certificated.
Okay.
But the generators will be produced only in Europe. We're not producing the generators in China.
Okay. Another question. With the paint additives, if there's going to be more of them coming out later on, that we would like to...
No, it's already out.
I know.
Yeah.
All of them?
The four of them, yes, which has been advertised, yeah.
Yep. Does that include the one for heating and cooling?
The heating and the cooling is a combination of the two.
Okay.
It keeps a constant temperature of 22 to 24.
Wonderful. Great.
That is already as part of the two, but it'll be more extensively explained in the coming weeks as we go further with it.
Yeah, I just wondered if we added other ones later on, if they would affect each other in
No, they should
unforeseen
not
ways.
do. They should not do. They should not.
All
do.
right. Thank you so much.
Is there. You're welcome. The materials, our next step, we will release hopefully next this week, is the pain and inflammation materials, and we have to be very much what we call a line up with what the Keshe Foundation has done before.
And the one for blood pressure, is that, are you going
It's
to be
already
taking that?
on. This has already been put in.
Ah, I was looking, didn't find it.
This is the pressure. If you look at the one with pressure,
Okay, I will look again.
sugar and the pressure. We want to know your responses. We want to know how you see it and what you feel with it. But please read the instruction. There is an instruction how to use these cups.
Yes.
It's
This is for my sister who's the lower value of the blood pressure goes down to unreadably low. So when there's
You have to bring a balance in.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a structure with what do you call, with these cups, how to use it, the way it has to be used, and in conjunction with what you can use it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Shall we call it? Shall I? I'll stop talking then, Shalik. It's your program. Thank you very much.
I think you're getting ready to play with the newborn, although it's just been born.
Oh, she's
show
thousands
your-
of kilometers away.
Oh, there's no distance.
It's no distance, but at the moment with the lockdowns, we have to abide by the rules.
Congratulations again.
Thank you very much. She's gorgeous. She has already become a picture on the telephone, so she's there.
By the way,
Thank you.
Mr. Cash, Mubarak.
Mubarak, Shady Mamdun. She is precious to us. She's the first daughter in our family. And this is something I've been waiting for years. And she's very precious. Thank you very much indeed. See you hopefully on Thursday.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Good night, Mr. Kesh. Much love.
Thank you, Mr. Crash from Brazil. Bye-bye. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. All the best to you and the small one.
Okay, great. Would anyone like to add anything else or have any interchanges? I was looking in the book, I think it's book number 1, and I found a link to a website. It's Rainmaking Time. And I think the lady's name, and Mr. Kesh gave this interview in 2011. So you can see from where the foundation was then to where the foundation is today. I thought I'd play about 10 minutes of it. The interview is still there. It's called It's Rainmaking Time. And her name is Kim Greenhouse. And she interviewed Mr. Kesh in April 27th of 2011. That's one of the linked interviews. I think it's the first book. So I thought I'd play 10 minutes, then a disclaimer, and then we will end the meeting. Of course, you can leave anytime you'd like. No one's kept here.
You have my support in that. Go ahead.
Have you heard this interview already as well?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, you've heard them all. That's great. It's a very nice interview. And Mr. Kesh, well, I'll just play 10 minutes. I think it's an hour and 21 minutes long. So feel free on your own time to hear the rest of it. Again, the website, well, I'll just put it up and we'll play it. It's for educational purposes only. So I hope Miss Kim doesn't mind me sharing her site just for educational purposes. Let's see if we can do this. I'm just going to play about 10 minutes of it. There's a lot in here about Fukushima, about Toyota, about Mercedes-Benz, about many other systems. And that's where I heard Mr. Kesh say in this interview that the cesium is actually B12. That's why I knew that. It's not that I knew it before yesterday.
Years, 20 years, I tried to negotiate with NASA to start the new propulsion, leave the propulsion system and start this, what we call gravitational system. Every possible way to block it.
No
They even
doubt.
me to, pardon?
I have no doubt about that.
Yeah. They even, I give you, there's Mr. Alan Kennedy, the chief patent lawyer of NASA. They put us directly in touch with Boeing to develop the technology. And the Boeing, we met them, we gave them the videos of our weight reduction, the lift system. We took our system to their offices in Brussels. I've said this before. And what they say, you know, for Boeing to send a CD from Brussels to their offices in America, how long does it take usually? Knowing that they have something like 10, 20 flights from Europe to America every day? Have a guess.
I don't know, 48 hours?
2 months. 2 months. We, in a meeting, in a conference, we gave them the video in Brussels to their specialist. And the contact or the point of reference or contact we had in America who was supposed to leave it, for 2 months, he says, I have not... Yeah?
That's strange.
So this is not a strange, it's a blocking new technology. And then they explained to us in a very short way that we have invested billions in 747, 800, and the rest of it. So we cannot bring this economically to be viable. But no problem. They have to follow. They're a profit-making. They support a lot of pension policies and pensioners through their system, through the technology. A lot of life insurances depend on them. They didn't want to play. The Iranian government wanted to play because they want to jump this space of propulsion. So we handed over the technology. I thanked them for their support they gave us while I was in Iran to develop it. Now they announced a few weeks ago we have a spaceship program, and they say, "Oh, a spaceship program." No, we announced 2 years ago when I came back from Tehran. We have transferred the know-how and the knowledge and the full transfer technology. Now we see what's happening. A lot of people, I get a lot of people, networks like you on the side coming and asking why. And in the past 2 weeks, we released for the first time the videos of our laboratory taken for our private, evaluations and research of the weight reduction of these systems to Mr. Bill Alk, which is one of the interviewers like you, and they have seen it and they spoke about it in their interview. So for the first time, we released a very controlled amount of information out. So it's not that nobody has seen it now. We released it to press for the first time. Very soon we're going to release it publicly. But there are certain things that have to be prudent not to do and not to go too fast.
I get that.
So
I totally get that.
for the first time we've shown our videos of weight reduction because our system is only weighs 7 kilo or 9 kilo, depending on the configuration, which Mr. Alk and the co-presenter of him, they both have seen it and they talk about it in the show, that it reduces to 6.7 and it goes to 6.1 and then 5 kilo, 2 kilo and 0 and the system takes off. And we can take off from the roof of a house. We don't need the huge, Cape Canaverals to launch things anymore.
We're all very concerned about not only what has happened in Japan, what is continuing to happen, and the implications of radiation spread in the United States.
You're in a huge danger. Go on my site, go on the forum link on my site, cashfoundation.forum, I think is PHBB or HPPB. On my site, if you go on the purple band, go on my forum, read Japan. I have put a link how much radiation is coming to the United States from Japan.
I went to the link that you left, but I don't understand what I'm looking at.
It's a map of the radiation which is coming from Japan into the United States, all the radioactive materials.
There's some information you have to fill in order for the map to see what's actually happening. So maybe you'll go through
on
that
the right
with me.
side of the map doesn't belong to us. It's done by the Danish government or Danish institutes.
Okay.
They are following the radiation leak from Japan into Northern America. As a nuclear physicist, knowing what this means, I predicted this earthquake over 3 years ago. It was obvious it's going to happen. It's on my forum, date 2nd of October 2009. I specifically stated in my forum There'll be earthquake in New Zealand. There'll be earthquake east of Japan, what they call east of China, Japan. And now, with that plate moving, you're going to have the same thing in California, 11 RS. It's a huge pending, which now the land has been released for its movement, and it's on my forum. So we don't talk. I look at it scientifically, and I explain what's coming. You're going to have the same problem as Japan very soon in your PWRs. You have quite a few of them in California.
2.
Yeah. And at the same time, I could foresee this, what's going to happen with the nuclear reactors. Do not forget my training and my background is the design control of nuclear reactors. That's what I've been trained for. So I know what it means, what is coming to happen. So with my system, because you can create gravitational field the same as Japan or any nuclear accident, you can put one of these reactors inside the Japanese nuclear reactor and retract most of the nuclear material or hold them inside.
Explain that. This is the retraction of nuclear material inside?
Into the center of the core, yes. What it is, with the knowledge we have, the same thing as I explained to you, that you can move your system to a certain position, it means now we have the capability scientifically to produce gravitational fields of any matter or any wavelength of any radiation. It's like a magnet for metal, what we call magnets nowadays. Our mindset is when you have a magnet, is when two metals attract with each other. Now we have the same knowledge to create a magnetic field which is equal to any radiation, so you can retract it.
Can we retract it from the air?
Yes, you can do. It is possible. We have tested it. But at the same time, these reactors have the capability of creating magnetic shield, which means you can use a system to stop any radiation leak outside. You create your own shield. You create your own little planet. You create your own little moon, which you can confine the radiation within the nuclear power station. I looked at this and how this could be done after Chernobyl. After Chernobyl, we were aware of it. The biggest mistake Japanese made out of panic was to put water, and at the same time with the tsunami, the water got into the fuel tanks. And that is a vapor which has gone up, and that's what you're receiving in Canada and North America. My estimated count of the death toll from Japanese in Northern America, including Canada, is between 5 to 10 million people within the next 25 years. You are receiving enormous amount of radiation material in.
So are you saying even if we take iodine?
Yeah, doesn't make any difference. Does not make, it's airborne. You're breathing it in. Even in Europe, we have received it. But the thing is, you will see, because we monitor the rate of the growth of MS and fibromyalgia since Chernobyl. The belt of the airflow in Chernobyl, the first 6 months, is the pattern where you see the maximum MS within the population ratio. So you are going to get a huge amount of cancer, plus MS-type diseases, which are neurodamage. I explained to you the reason for it scientifically. It will happen. You have no choice. Cesium is part of your structure. Cesium, which is one of the most heaviest nuclear materials, is part of us human being structure. Do you know what you call it scientifically?
No.
And you eat it, and you go to the shop and you buy it. It's called B12. When you take B12, you are taking cesium. This is what actually causes division of cells, and that's how we can keep our cells multiplying and live. Now, you are receiving huge dosage of it, so division, multiplication will be more than the factor the body needs. It's in your lymphs. It's part of our structure of being a human. Living animals use this material for knifing, cutting different energies to what we call. But because people don't understand it, they call it B12. Yeah? So now you're receiving a huge dosage of B12. So your body is going to divide faster. So at the same time, this division changes your DNA fraction of the division, which means if it's parallel, you lose the construction from a conductive to resistive and resistive to conductive. And at the same time, this cesium, which is coming through the air through Japanese accident, will kick in the delayed time in the death code of the cell. And at the same time, it can increase the death code, which means you will get a lot of strokes, a lot of brain hemorrhage. And at the same time, because it changes the DNA of the death code, you will get a lot of people with a lot of cancer. That's how cancer comes about. And this cesium and what is coming as radiation mixture from Japan will cause massive death rates in Northern America, and you will start seeing it in the next 3 to 5 years, because the pattern always comes within 3 to 5 years after the accident.
So what can we do to be preventative? Is there anything we
Too
can
late.
do?
Too late. Too late. It's too late for anything because it's already leaked. It's already arrived in your land. Just go on the link on my forum, which the Danish people have put up. You just press. It gives you the materials, and look and click on North America. Click on it, and you see what you are receiving on a daily dosage and what you received historically from the day of accident. It's in different colors. It's purple, blue, or whatever. Yeah. So you have received it. Your lands are already contaminated. In North Wales, in west of United Kingdom, there are farms after 25 years. Today, this week is the anniversary of Chernobyl. After 25 years, there are farms in North Wales in England which cannot be farmed because of the dosage of radiation they received 25 years ago for Chernobyl. You can't even put a sheep on them to graze. What do you think you are getting?
So anyway, you can finish the rest of this interview. It's easy to find. Just type Kesh into the search on the site, and you can enjoy the whole interview for yourself. Thank you all for attending today. Thank you, Alex, Jalal for co-hosting, and so on and so forth, and everyone's participation. I'll play the disclaimer, and then the meeting will end.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.